To the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Thompson.
I'd like to recommend that the July 22nd, 2024 regular council meeting agenda be amended by adding the item 4, written submission C167 to C283 regarding proposed development permit.
Sorry, we did get one further untitled, so it would be 284.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. As the mayor spoke, 284. We'd like to add item 8, written submissions C3 to C6 regarding proposed road closure and removal of highway dedication bylaw number 5342, 2024, and adding item 14.
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Councillor Snyder, any discussion, question? All in favor? Contrary, carried. Thanks very much. We have a delegation this evening from the North Shore Civic Forum, and we'd invite those members who are with us tonight to come forward. And I know you'll appreciate we have a very full agenda and a full house, so if we could ask you to stick firmly to 10 minutes, please. Normally, we like people to be a little more flexible, but we have a lot to get through tonight.
We completely understand. Thank you so much for having us, Your Worship, Council. My name is Hassan Morali. I am a co-facilitator of the North Shore Young Civic Forum, and I'm here on behalf of North Shore Community Resources Society. I just want to, first of all, thank Council and staff for all of their support throughout the forum. Many councillors and yourself, Your Worship, have spoken to our forum, which is a program that takes 18 to 39-year-olds on the North Shore to all 3 city halls, the District of West Vancouver, the City of North Vancouver, and the District of North Vancouver, and teaches them what municipal government does, why it's important, and gives them the opportunity, the experience. It gives an experiential educational opportunity for young residents to get more involved in a nonpartisan manner with their local government. With the low voter turnout in 2022 in the civic elections, and with the decline of trust in public institutions across the world, it's programs like this that are incredibly important to gaining the trust of constituents and residents. And we very much thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thanks very much.
Good evening, councillors. Mayor Sager. We're from the North Shore Young Civic Forum. Thank you for having us. I'm Nick.
I'm Andrea.
In our 12-week journey, we have identified one of the issues that has affected local government. It's a very important key for local government and for municipalities to have the opportunity for public faces to convey important information to the community. Public engagement. However, something we've noticed when talking and learning from all the municipalities is that the mentality from the current model of public engagement is you, the community, come to us, the municipality, not we come to you. Our idea is to change this narrative with an app. Not just any app, a West Van, nay, a North Shore app. Everything you need to know in one place. Garbage pickup, events, construction, bus times, hydro issues. If you can think of it, it'll be on the app. And that's only the tip of the iceberg though. This app streamlines two-way communication with your constituents. Municipalities can consult community members with a poll on a new project, send a push notification about pertinent roadwork or construction in the neighborhood. A lot of this information is already available through the West Vancouver website, but having it available in the app makes it more accessible to the members of the community. Time out. We don't know that.
Okay.
Anyway, you go.
Okay. West Vancouver and the North Shore in general is a large area with invisible borders. With location services, this app will give you the most relevant information. Pushing this app to be in conjunction with the other North Shore municipalities will give everyone on the North Shore a single place to find out what's going on. In checking with other municipalities, we noticed that they had multiple apps for different things, such as one for garbage pickup or one for reporting items that need to be fixed. Having one single app will streamline it all in one place, and constituents won't have to worry about what municipality to report things to. Of course, a big question is who would make the app. There are more than a few great local options, such as BCIT, InfoGrove, or a local app developer. The BCIT option would be about a $500 participation fee where students in the School of Computing and Academic Studies program would build the app from scratch as their capstone project, giving you the opportunity to oversee and make the best possible app. Infogrove is a company that's made apps for the city of Burnaby, the city of Surrey, examples of which you can see in previous slides. And lastly, there are lots of local options for developers that can once again give you the best app for your wants and needs. The more complex the app, the higher the cost. That is yet another reason we are proposing this to be a project in conjunction with the District of North Vancouver and the City of North Vancouver, as it would help keep the costs down for each municipality. Engagement is key in local government, and having a community that's in the know is better for everyone. This app is not the only thing that will help community members engage.
It's hard to get community members to come to or watch council meetings such as this one. Not everything is as interesting as the West Van Beeline debate, although tonight begs to differ.
Something got a lot of people out in the middle of the summer, didn't it?
They just wanted to see an app and podcast be presented. With everyone's busy schedules, we want to make it as easy as possible to know what is going on in local government and the municipalities we live in. Built into the app and major streaming services, we recommend a short-form 15-minute to 30-minute podcast, depending on the stories or guests, giving you all the information about what's happening in council. The important topics you may have missed that can have polls built into to get the community involved and up to date in the world of council. There are even options for revenue streams, from banner ads in the app to sponsored content in the podcast. In talks with friends, family, and the public, most were surprised that there wasn't more than a garbage pickup app already in place, both the app and the podcast. Today, we are presenting this app and podcast in hopes that you will take it with earnest, change the narrative on public engagement in local government, and make West Vancouver a place to be and ahead of the curve. Thank you for your time.
That's wonderful. Great idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. Thanks very much. Good evening. I assume you're part of the same presentation.
We're Group 2.
Group 2?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We acknowledge the land with which we live and work is the unceded traditional territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam First Nation. Small actions can make major effect. We are the second group of passionate young adults who live and work on the North Shore with a desire to be involved in municipal government and create meaningful impact. Some things our group have in common are values of respect, justice, and empathy. Oftentimes, when issues don't directly impact us, we dismiss the issue as not our problem. Our group understands that Indigenous people in the West Vancouver are the minority, yet we want others to be treated as our own. And this is us throwing a pebble in the ocean, expecting a ripple, believing something should be done on the pursuit of truth and reconciliation.
Reconciliation is an incredibly important idea, and it's a necessary one to pursue in Canada if we want to live up to our purported ideals as a country. While it is a large and daunting topic, there are many amazing people who have already spent a lot of time and thought and care in researching this and putting together resources that we can all collectively draw on. And the exciting thing is we're not actually asking council to do any research or work, since so many amazing resources already exist that we can look to for inspiration. For example, the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission interviewed 6,500 witnesses, survivors of residential schools, and in their final report had 94 tangible actions listed, many of which spoke directly to what municipalities can do. Federally in Canada, we passed UNDRIP in 2021, and it's another great piece of legislation to help interpret and apply Canadian law and draw an inspiration from. And also provincially in BC, we unanimously passed UNDRIP here with the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in 2019, and this also has 89 actions to advance reconciliation in tangible and measurable ways.
So obviously, West Vancouver has already been working with local First Nation governments, some of which we have listed here. And we also know that this topic is of importance to this council because you have it in your council strategic plan listed in the top point in the social well-being section for this year. That being said, we thought it would be helpful to take a look at what other municipalities are doing to meet this deliverable. And as you can see here, collaboration with your neighbors is by far the most popular method of engagement. Powell River is a great example of where they didn't share plans of their waterfront development and ended up destroying some thousands-year-old petroglyphs of the Sliammon Band. They could have faced legal action, but instead they worked together jointly to create a new plan and signed a protocol agreement for any future endeavors. Looking at the areas in which these partnerships occur, you can see city planning and economic initiatives are the most common. And a great example is between Nanaimo and the Snuneymuxw Nation, with joint ownership of a water storage facility and new housing built with cost sharing between the two. Those Nanaimo projects allowed them to be granted $22.5 million from federal and provincial grants. And we can also see some impressive stats listed here from the First Nations Municipal Community Economic Development Initiative. There's also funding opportunities not just through the province, but also through things like the Union of BC Municipalities Community to Community program.
I want to make my presentation from a newcomer's point of view. About 9 months ago, during the early days of my migration to Canada, I see the woman resemble a character from a movie I had seen growing up in Iran. My friend told me that she was one of the indigenous people of this area who live near the Lionsgate Bridge. This was interesting to me. I did not know that indigenous people were still here in Canada today. It wasn't until a few months later that I joined the North Shore Young Civic Forum and started working on this project, and it was my chance. We have 4 suggestions and solutions. 1. Oral land acknowledgement, because we must always remind ourselves that we are guests on their land. 2. Educational pamphlet available for newcomers. Vancouver annually welcomes many immigrants. This education helps immigrants become familiar with this culture of region's indigenous people. Number 3, establish a West Vancouver committee. And number 4, sign a political agreement such as MOU. Finally, West Vancouver as a leader needs to support all municipalities.
That's your time.
Well, we thank you very much for joining us this evening, and thanks for sticking to that 10 minutes. We appreciate it very much. Councillor Gambioli, could I ask you for a motion to receive with thanks their presentation?
Yes, absolutely. So thank you. It's quite exciting to see people who are young adults in the chamber. And I know you've been hard at work for many months in this program, so thank you. These are all really valuable suggestions, I think. And I know that staff are always listening to the new ideas in our council meetings, so perhaps our communications department and the podcast. Who would do the podcast? Anyway, I'm sure communications can come up with an idea. And staff, in terms of our strategic plan, will coordinate with us with these great ideas. And I have to add that the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, which is one of our main standing committees, met last week, and myself and Councillor Watt are on that committee, and they are very keen to change the terms of reference to include a, quote, young person on that committee. So we defined that loosely in the meeting as someone under 40 in West Vancouver. And so if any of you have any interest in arts and culture or any background, then please get in touch with us in case we do change those terms of reference. We would love to have some keen and knowledgeable new young person on that committee. So thank you. My recommendation is that the delegation from the North Shore Young Civic Forum regarding North Shore Young Civic Forum 4.0 be received for information with thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary, carried again. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and sorry we had to rush it all along a little bit. We're going to turn now to item 4 because I suspect a lot of people here this evening are on that item. And I'll turn it over. Mr. Bailey, is there a presentation or?
Mr. Mayor, Council,
Thank you.
there is no staff presentation. Council did set the date for consideration for this evening for the development permit on June 3rd. And staff have submitted the required neighborhood notification. And so we're here tonight to consider the development permit. Happy to answer any questions of Council, though.
Thanks very much. Does the applicant, do we have a speakers list? How many do we have on the speakers
Yes,
list?
Mayor Sager, we have, I would say, around a dozen people so far signed up for this
Okay.
item.
And is the applicant here, and does the applicant wish to address council?
I believe so.
I should have said that, Mr. Mayor. There is a presentation by the applicant team.
Okay. I should just add also, ladies and gentlemen, that Councillor Lambert is away this evening, having just had some knee surgery. So we wish him a speedy recovery, and we miss him here this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Sager and council, staff, Michelle, Jim. Nice to see you again, kind of. My husband and I, Phil, I'm Janice O'Sullivan. We are the owners of 2368 Bellevue. And we've asked many professionals to come here this evening to help us with any questions that you might have that we can't answer. Ted Veenstra, not Fed Teenstra, is our architect, and he's been absolutely amazing through this process, jumping on any questions answered. We also have Bill Chapman, who probably everybody in West Van knows, the land survey consultant, and Bruce Clark, the environmental consultant. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. As you know, okay, first of all, there's a lot of information because this is a complicated issue, and it's taken us 3 years to understand all of the ramifications and what goes on in that property and the implementation of the flood construction levels that came about in 2022. So it's been a long haul, and it's become an emotional one, I'm afraid. But I'm here to give you what the facts are, and I thank you so much for all the work that you've done trying to understand this piece of property and what our needs are going forward for this unique and complicated place. Slide 1. It's hard to imagine, given recent experiences, that there is anyone that could deny there is a serious flood issue that needs to be dealt with along the West Vancouver waterfront. The rising sea levels and these issues will only increase with frequency and severity. We were blown away at that storm in 2022. We thought we would renovate the house, but when the water came flooding in, we realized that wasn't an option. And gee, there might be some real merits to the flood construction levels that are being implemented. The destruction of the Dunderave Pier, the destruction of the protection wall in front of the homes to the west of our property, as well as flooding and destruction of John Lawson Park and Ambleside Beach were huge. The damage that is created to both public and private property is costly, and there's a clear risk of personal injury resulting to the damage created. Slide 2. Fortunately, there is a solution. The District of West Vancouver commissioned a study from a global engineering firm asking for professional advice and solutions to the challenges they face. This is the WSP Global Report that planning referred us to originally to determine what our flood construction level would be for our site. This direction from District of West Vancouver is what we used as the basis for the work we did in preparing our plans. And by way of background, the study defines area flood construction levels for the entire West Vancouver waterfront all the way to Horseshoe Bay. The study also makes recommendations for the protection of public lands with a focus on the creation of a flood protection berm with the seawalk set on top of this berm. This page shows the impact of those recommendations on this application. On the left, when West Vancouver made the changes that were recommended in their study, this uses the same flood level conditions we are being held to. The wall complies with the existing retaining bylaws. We would not be here today asking for a variance. On the right, you can see the impact of the property if we comply with the existing retaining wall bylaws. When West Vancouver made the changes that were recommended in their study, there will be a massive ditch in that created between the seawalk and the property's flood protection wall. This represents a tremendous liability and hazard that someone is going to have to rectify. It has been suggested that the District of West Vancouver will never have the funds to do work on the seawall, and this may be so. And if it is the case, it reinforces why we need to ensure that private property is protected. And I think that's obvious. Slide 3. We have proposed a solution that works to incorporate the features that define much of the landscaping that currently exists along the seawalk. For example, there are long stretches where planting has grown to beyond 20 feet high and actually overhangs the edges of the seawalk. Contrary to what has been said, our proposed wall, is not a bare concrete wall. We are voluntarily building planting into the wall so that there will be a green screen at the base and at the mid-level, trailing down and rising up, and again trailing down at the top. This well-maintained wall will be lower, more discreet, and more sightly than some of the landscaping that exists along the seawalk today. We have lived there for 3 years, and what is clear to us is that the people walking the seawalk and enjoying the view to the ocean and the horizon, either that they are deep in the conversation and they rarely look around to see what is north. The flood protection wall is a requirement of this permit. It's really important that everybody know that. I think some people don't understand that this is not something that we want to put on our property, but it is required, mandated. We hired an independent coastal engineer to undertake a study that result in the flood construction level and the flood wall being lowered relative to the West Vancouver WSP global recommendation stated. So we were trying to keep it lower for people behind us and so on. The house design complies with all bylaws and flood regulations despite the significant constraints that the flood conditions impose on this property. Unlike most proposals that are dealing with this type of flood regulations, we are not asking for a variance to increase the height of the house. What we are asking for today is a variance to allow us to protect our property from flood damage. We would like not to be penalized for being the first mover on an issue that is being enforced by a District of West Vancouver regulation based on a District of West Vancouver study, where compliance by District of West Vancouver is lagging that of a private property owner. The bylaws that are being applied are not flood construction bylaws, they are retaining wall bylaws that are being applied to a flood protection situation. This is not simply a matter of semantics. We are not looking to create retaining walls. We are being told to build a flood protection wall. The purpose of the flood protection wall is to protect the property, not a part of the property. The application of the retaining wall bylaw results in 25% of the property not being protective and effectively being inaccessible and unusable. There's a massive cost and liability risk to moving the wall away from the property line. There will be a significant cost for repair and redemption to unprotected property, and we can expect this to occur with increasing frequency with much more adverse outcomes. And who will pay for this? The storm surge will continue to deposit large rocks and huge logs onto the intersection between public and private property, and this creates significant liability issues for personal injury and access for repair. And sort of sadly, this has all come about in the last 2 weeks. And we want to stay open-minded. We understand that there are concerns from the public, and it's been hard. We understand we're not setting anything in concrete except maybe a wall. Anyway, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all the time that you've taken to understand this. What's part? Oh. Yes, one aspect that we heard from a number of people is that the east-facing wall is visible to walkers coming west from quite a long distance. To deal with this, we would be prepared to enlarge a planter that is on the east side of the property to allow for both vertical and trailing landscapes to mask the wall. The additional planting space would be taken from a set of stairs that are designed to provide access to the seawall. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Any questions?
Did you bring with you this evening your flood engineer from NHC?
No.
Is there a question?
Well, no, there are technical questions just on the calculation of the flood control level, and I just wanted to ask that person. I'm trying to understand, and I know there'll be other questions, but I'm trying to understand the combination, and I appreciate that it is these requirements that are leading to your design. So I just want to understand the premise of the things that are leading to your design. I understand this is out of your control. What I find curious is that you have to determine the 2010 FCL, you have to add the tide and storm surge, and then on top of that, you have to add a wave effect and a sea level. And I realize this is all costing you money.
Mark, you left the freeboard out. There's actually a freeboard.
And the freeboard's a little bit, you know.
Oh, no, it's a foot.
It's a foot.
It's meaningful.
No, but I find it incredible that the requirements, it's the wave effect that adds a huge amount to the cost and the height of this wall. And I'm just trying to understand, like, why?
I think your WSP study said the same thing. In fact, your WSP study was 7.58 meters versus the 7.01 meters that we had engineered in our study to try to lower that wall.
Mm. And by the way, I know you feel like you're the first people to go through this, but I believe the same kind of controversy occurred out on Ross Crescent and other areas where a new home has been built and much higher than the neighboring homes, and
we know it.
It's led to a lot of controversy that nobody really wants. Anyway, Councillor Snyder.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, some for the applicant and then a couple for staff as well. So some of the comments that we've received have indicated that this wall is being built strictly for the privacy of the residents and for the ability to put in a swimming pool. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and well, actually, I'll let you answer that question just directly first.
No, the design has a swimming pool put in it by advice from a real estate agent to say that that is something that might add to the value of the property. We're not going to build the swimming pool. The cost of adding a swimming pool to the property is too high. It's being eliminated from the plan. It will not be constructed.
So the accusation that this is being built for the applicants for the privacy of a pool is inaccurate. Then, correct?
It's inaccurate.
So and maybe this is partly, I guess, for yourself or for your architect could help, or maybe this is stuff, Ms. McGuire, you could help me with. So it's the privacy question, and a lot of the allegations are that this 13-foot structure is being built for the privacy of the applicants. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that the height, the total height of the walls combined, regardless of where they are, will still be at the same height, and there would actually be no further privacy provided to the applicant depending on the wall, whether or not it be along the seawall or step back the way it is. Is that fair to say?
Through the mayor to Councillor Snyder, so the site would be required to be developed in accordance with the requirements of the coastal engineer, which in this case has determined a flood construction level. So the elevation of the house at the main level would be required to be above the flood construction level that they've determined. So yes, the house would have to be constructed at that elevation, and ultimately depending on the wall could be configured in a different way, stepped back, what have you, but ultimately the elevation of the house would have to be at the same level or above that level dictated by the coastal engineer.
Right, but that also means that, I mean, I appreciate, and that's a completely different discussion, and I think Mayor Sager sort of was trying to address that in his comments there, was, it seems very extreme that, you're being required to build a house at a height level that is in regards to a flood protection plan that is to address the worst case concerns all the way up to, I believe, 2100. So, I mean, this is quite some time away. This is over 75 years, and you're being told now to build your house at a certain height. Again, that's not something that we can change today. I don't know whether or not that can be addressed, but that's obviously part of the issue. So the wall here, again, is just it's not being built there with the intent to provide privacy to the applicant. It's being a requirement to build that flood protection wall, correct?
Through the mayor, and I think this is an important nuance, is the requirement is the level of the house. The wall is a design solution to help them get to that level of the house by building up. There are other solutions. You could step it, as Ms. McGuire said. You could move the house back. There are other things that you could do. The thing that's driving it is the base of the house, which is based on the guidelines that you're referencing to 2100.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may add to that, the wall is actually a result of the modeling by the coastal engineer. So they've determined the height of that wall, which is 6.6 meters in elevation. That wall is needed to stop the green water that will be coming in a severe weather event. The height of that wall will not stop the overspray. That overspray will go over top of that wall, and depending on how close that wall is to the house, if the wall was very close to the house, the overspray would be actually hitting the house. So the height of the wall is not determined for privacy or for any other reason. It's to stop the green water, and that was modeled by the coastal engineer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on something that Mr. Bailey said about one of the solutions is moving the house back, and I'm realizing I think I'm confused because we've always been talking about moving the wall back. So what is the specifics, the option of moving the house back?
Well, through the mayor, I mean, theoretically, there are a number of solutions, right? I mean, the house needs to get up to a certain level. The house could be smaller. The house could be moved back. The wall could be reoriented in a different format. The driving thing with respect to the FCL is, the guidelines provided by the province in 2018 to talk about, the freeboard, the wave run-up, all those sorts of things. And then it's up to the applicant to design the house based on those guidelines. They've chosen a design and have come forward with that, and it's been assessed by a coastal engineer, but there are other options that are available in configuring the property.
But how far back could the house actually be moved if that was an option?
Well, theoretically, they could look at a number of options. I don't know exactly what the front yard setback is, but one of the guidelines that you have in your foreshore development permit guidelines are to consider variances to allow for people to be able to move their houses away from the water. We've seen that in other circumstances. I'm not necessarily saying that that's what they want to do or that that's necessarily the best design option for Bellevue, but that is another option that is available.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Isn't that where the train track is, though? Is that, I'm not so...
Yeah.
If I can add to that as well. The wall is actually set back as far as it can be. The back of the house is actually against the BC Hydro easement that's on the property. And so the house is set back as far as it can be.
Just for clarity, sections of the house are set back as far as they can be. There are other spaces and other cutouts where they could get more floor space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just want to say this is the third project we've had to entertain at council, and they're horrible projects to entertain because this being required to build under these guidelines is incredibly disruptive to the communities. The first one, we saw a huge divide in a social network, and a whole neighborhood was blown apart by this sort of thing. And unfortunately, it often makes it look like the person building is a bad guy, but really, the people building here are building responsibly for the future. And it's just it is a really hard process to go through. So I hope we can find a good solution this evening. I'm actually going to hold off on a couple of questions for now, but I'll let Nora go.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Watt.
Yeah, so a question for staff. Should they go with the original design or the proposed stepped back seawall by staff, who is liable in the next big storm surge should logs find their way up onto the various tiers? How does that work?
So through the mayor, that staff has suggested that they look at other options. We would expect that they would have a coastal engineer review any proposal that involved any stepping or any other different configuration, and the municipality, in our opinion, would not incur any liability in that situation.
So they have to build to a certain height, and you're encouraging them to look at other options that don't involve a staged or a stepped back retaining wall. So I guess I don't understand what's in between. Do you have more information on that?
So again, we would expect them to, again, we've said, hey, look, there's a couple of options here to reduce the bulk of the wall on the seawall. That was staff's original position. Mr. Feenstra is an excellent architect. We would expect them to come back and potentially look at either stepping, moving the wall back, doing some planting in front, just doing something different to help mitigate the impact of the wall on the seawall. And we would review that as per their review of their coastal engineer as well.
Okay, and I'm trying to understand, so as Councillor Thompson and Snyder mentioned, this isn't the first time we've dealt with issues within a neighborhood on a home built that high. So is that a provincial guideline, or is that our own municipal guideline to have them built that high? So
through the mayor, and I say this in jest a little bit. I feel really badly for these folks. They're in a tough position. The folks who were on Stearman were in a tough position, and part of the challenge here is, frankly, climate change and sea level rise. So we're seeing sea levels rise. The province of British Columbia in 2018, looking at coastal modeling associated with sea level rise, came out with a series of guidelines that modeled the impact of sea level rise to 2100 for places with habitable space, like a house. So it's a provincial guideline. The provincial guidelines for ease of and transparency were then integrated into our development permit guidelines. So those provincial guidelines are the provincial guidelines, but they're also part of our development permit regulations. And when an applicant comes forward and wants to design a house within an area that's prone to coastal flooding, they must meet those requirements. If we did not have our development permit guidelines, they would still be required to follow the provincial guidelines and would be in the same place with respect to where their house is.
Okay. And that's all for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli.
So, two questions. First of all, for staff. So I'm trying to, as I was walking along the seawall a while back, I thought, and I think that it's difficult for a lot of people to understand the details, but we just spent over $3 million renovating and raising the ferry building at the foot of 14th. To meet the FCL levels. So can you explain in a very layman's way why the ferry building is just on a nice little hump with lots of landscaped greenery, and it is essentially the same distance away from the beach and the logs and the weather as this location is? Why doesn't the ferry building have a 13-foot concrete wall in front of it? And why is it just on a little mound of hill?
Sure. So through the mayor, again, the datum is where the base of the house or the space is. And first of all, the ferry building is in habitable space, so it may be, you may have a different condition, but each circumstance is different. The FCL is set in accordance with the guidelines, and different places also have different responses to various wave run-up, to various conditions, environmental conditions. Coastal conditions, whether it's the wind, the wave, the spray, the overspray. So what we do is we say, hey, look, here are the guidelines. We leave it up to the applicant to work with their coastal engineer to come up with a solution. The solution that we came up with for the ferry building was appropriate and consistent with those guidelines, albeit it's a little bit different than what is being proposed at this site. One, because of its general location and proximity, and two, because of the environmental and coastal conditions that are variable between the two sites.
course, it's
So
just,
this site is just at a very vulnerable spot, we could say.
This site is at a relatively vulnerable spot relative to other areas along the West Vancouver coastline, and that'll vary depending on, again, wind aspect, all those sorts of things. Again, I'm not a coastal engineer. The guidelines are in place, and we leave it up to their professionals to tell us what that FCL should be and what design solutions can be implemented to help protect the house.
Okay, and so then my second question is just to be really clear and simple. What I heard the applicant just say is this wall is not something we want to put on our property, but we are being made to do it. And I also heard from, other people in the community who are proponents of this plan that it's staff who are forcing the applicants to make this wall. But I think it's important to differentiate the wall. The 13-foot wall is not being forced upon the applicants by staff or by the FCL guidelines. That is their own design. And as you just said, there are many different options for designing the landscaping or a series of setback walls that would meet these guidelines. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I think that the wall, we are not forcing them to build that wall. There are other solutions, other walls. There would be walls. The walls could be stepped, the walls could be moved back, but there are other walls or structures that could mitigate the impact with respect to the FCL, while we think have a less of an impact on the seawall.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
So my concern in the initial conversation here, discussion, is the liability of the district. So thus far what we've been talking about is obviously the height of this wall, and perhaps there's other models that they could come forward with which would be more acceptable to staff. And when we're talking about this, we're talking about sea level, the height, the sea level, and lashing waves and crashing waves. But what is our liability? Because what's actually probably going to cause the maximum damage are those logs which are on the beach immediately in front of it, which technically speaking we should be removing, because that has been what's been causing the damage to our piers, etc. So if they do not go forward with their plan and we insist on ours, and those logs come crashing in, what is our liability?
So through the mayor, we're not insisting on ours. There are provincial guidelines that they must follow, and it's up to them to demonstrate through their professionals how that would be designed, consistent with the provincial regulations.
All right, but I'm talking about those logs. And when we saw the pictures there, the damage was going to be done predominantly by those logs coming onto the seawall. It was the logs which did all the destruction during the course of those various storms. And we do have the wherewithal to remove those logs, all right? And if we don't do so, what is their recourse against us?
Through the mayor, we don't think we have exposure with respect to the impact of debris caused by the ocean. That condition exists now.
Even though the debris is an existing debris? Well, all the logs that are on the waterfront right in front of the property.
Right. Yeah, no, we don't.
You sure on that? Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'm not sure I caught the very end of your speech or your presentation. What was the last portion you spoke to, the last slide?
Phil, go.
When we've talked to a number of people about the concerns they had with respect to the wall. And one of the things that became clear is that on the east side of the property, for people that are walking westward along the seawall, the visibility to the property lasts for quite some time. There's a long stretch that's visible. Yeah. And so one of the things that we will do, if this is approved, is we will remove, there's an interior staircase that comes down from the property to access the seawalk, and we'll take away that staircase. We'll use the 5-foot retaining wall that is on the perimeter. We'll extend the planter back through where the staircase is, and we'll build a larger planter, which will allow us to put some more masking against the wall that's higher behind it, and we'll be able to put some trailing foliage that will come over and mask the front of the wall.
Okay, with risk of belaboring this, I'm wondering if you can put up on the screen the picture in your presentation that shows the eastern rendering.
I think you have the rendering.
I just think it's really important for us to understand what sort of amendments you're looking at making.
Yeah, is that one on there?
This one.
It's this one here.
Yeah.
This is the east side.
Yeah.
So can you just step us through that slowly again? We can't see the steps there, but I
Actually,
do.
you can see
Actually, I
them
do.
You can see them right here, just, I don't know
Right.
if you can see the mouse. There's just the steps behind the landscaping. So as Phil said, those steps will be removed. That portion is approximately 8 feet deep from the low wall to the higher wall. And the steps would be removed, and all of that would be planted, much more than what we see here.
Okay, so more of a tiered effect on the east side.
Correct.
The east side isn't as susceptible to the wave effect that the front of the wall is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I have a question, but just a comment. I just want to clarify. So should council not approve their proposed design, and we have them go back to come up with something else that will apparently be more tiered and go farther back, we're not liable for anything that goes up on their property? And one of the other suggestions I think you made would be perhaps more vegetation in front, but the point is the logs come up against the base of the wall. I'm not sure if I'm missing something. It just feels like they're caught between a rock and a hard place here.
I think
guess
that's
we
fair
are.
to say.
I'll just leave it on that comment.
A wet rock in a hard place.
If I could just add to that, I mean, you asked the question about liability. There will be liability. We are instructed to build a flood protection wall, and that is to protect the property from flooding. So if we are building a wall that won't prevent that property from flooding, and logs do get on that property, there will be liability.
Yeah. Thank you.
One of the things that we experienced in that last storm, there was debris on the seawalk, there was debris on the property that belongs to us.
Yeah.
We had people that were walking the seawall that clambered over those rocks and onto the property and put themselves at risk. And if someone were hurt doing that, who's liable for that? Because there is no division between the public and private space at that point. Is it us that has to bear the liability of someone injuring themselves as they clamber over the rocks and the logs?
Yeah, don't have the answer for that question. Mr. Bailey, are you?
So just through the mayor, and this is important just for clarification, and again, recognize the tough spot that everybody's in here, but again, any wall that is to be constructed, whether it's a stepped wall, a straight wall, whatever council chooses to accept in terms of your deliberations on this, that wall must be engineered by a coastal engineer, and that they would have to sign off on it. That liability would go to that coastal engineer, and it would be the same whether it's a straight wall or whether it's a wall that's slightly terraced or whatever design they come up with. That same liability exists. With respect to people climbing over and trespassing on their property, then those liability would again go to rules of trespass, and that would be the same now as it is in the future. And if council would like a more fulsome legal briefing on this, we're happy to go into close and provide you with that, and provide more information at your discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Sorry, Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, one of my biggest concerns with the liability, should they feel, should this be defeated and they do go into something step farther back, when they inevitably end up with logs on, say, the first tier of it, should that log fall back down on the seawall and, God forbid, injure somebody, that's the kind of liability that I'm worrying about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Okay, on another point, so there's going to be presumably significant vegetation which will mask the starkness of this wall, mask the massiveness of this wall. So these individuals, I'm perfectly sure, will do an excellent job as far as that is concerned. And during the course of the time that they're occupying this house, we'll maintain it beautifully. But we're building for the tomorrows. So can we put something on title or such the like that whomever buys this house is required to maintain this wall to a standard that we are not looking at the Berlin Wall. In point of fact, we could potentially be looking at the Hanging Gardens of Babylon instead. So, I mean, you cannot dictate that which is to come unless we put some, whatever the term is, it escapes me at the present moment.
Covenant.
Constraints, covenants, such the like.
Sure. So through the mayor, typically in the construction, there's a holdback period with respect to a security to make sure that the landscaping takes, and I appreciate you're talking about longer into the future. That becomes a much more difficult proposition when you have a development permit that's controlling, it's the development permit that's controlling the planting. Typically, to get to enforcement on a development permit condition, you're seeking an injunction through the courts, and you have to go that way. Theoretically, and I think we could explore this with the applicant, is if they'd be willing to covenant to, provide a security or some form of bonding, or to keep the wall at a certain standard through some covenant, then that's something that council could add as a condition of the development permit. But that's not typical.
Because one of the objections to the wall is the fact that it could well be an eyesore, and they wish to mitigate that with plantings and such the like, but we have no guarantee that any future occupants are going to maintain that standard, and we could end up looking at a wall.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli.
Sorry, I would really like to move on to the people on the list. But again, I keep hearing things that I just want to be really clear about. So I believe the architects just mentioned that these walls must be built to the standard, etc. But I remember when we went through this twice at Ross Crescent, etc., the properties were not constrained at the back, but very constrained at the sides because they had close neighbors on both sides, and they had to build the main floor of the house at least 10 feet up from both neighboring properties and then sink the underground. But the south side of the property, there were no walls, there were no retaining walls, there was nothing. There were a series of sort of landscape patios and levels going down to the beach level. So is it just because of this constrained site, or do walls really have to be built? Is that a requirement of this site and of the engineers?
Sure. So through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, in my recollection of the sites that you're talking about on Stearman Beach, they weren't quote unquote walls per se, but they functioned as walls. There were a series of terrace steps that came up from the beach, and they rose, and then they went along there'd be some green space, and then they went up again, and then they went along for some green space. But again, the design goal, that was their design solution to get their house to that FCL level. They did actually terrace up their property at the front and at the sides. There was terracing on all sides, and that's how they chose to do it. This site, I acknowledge this site is a constrained site. There is the BC Hydro right-of-way. There's limited space to go back, but there are some notches, right? And there are other opportunities.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, sorry, I know we want to get on to public input. But before we started, as I said earlier, these are really awkward things to rule on. And I just wanted to give the room and my colleagues a bit of perspective because I've been anyway, I'm just going to give the perspective. In April, the sign went up on the property and all the information was online for information. In May, I believe you had a public engagement. And I went to that, and mainly the neighbors went and shared their concerns there, and they were predominantly around views. And so I spent the next couple of weeks visiting as many homes along that street as I could to see each and every view. And in great unfortunate, there's one home particularly that is affected by this quite a bit. That was in May, and then in June we met as council to support this application to go forward. And then a few interesting things started happening, and our mailbox had this new life, and all of a sudden we get flooded with emails, and we realized that an article went into the North Shore News. And, it was a little disappointing, actually, and I'll put this on North Shore News, for publishing something that was really misleading and filled with a lot of assumptions and interjections that really weren't true. Even besmirched council a bit for being ridiculous at even considering this. And it was hard to see, and the amount of pushback it generated was frustrating. We understand our bylaws went down to the seawall once to remove signs that were posted on the house and had to shut down a legal protest of somebody there. And then we see another flood of input. And why this is kind of frustrating for us is because some of the feedback we've been getting has not been robust. It's just been, I oppose, big letters and things like that. It's hard for us to understand how well informed these people are. We have had some interesting emails that really speak specifically to why people are frustrated with this or want something different, and those are really helpful. And I'm just saying this because, now today we're here, and only in the last 2 weeks are we actually seeing this massive pushback. And it's hard, I believe, for the proponents to be coming up with solutions and resolving the issues so quickly. And so we're kind of pushed really tightly into this space where it's almost impossible to resolve. So I just want to make sure when we're going through with public comments that the comments are constructive. This is not a personal issue. This is an issue about a wall. And I look forward to hearing everybody's thoughts on this.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Thank you to the applicants. We will move now for the opportunity for public comment. And I'll ask our corporate officer to read the names, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. The first speaker on the list is Brian Walker, followed by John Davis and Debbie Evans. Brian Walker, please.
Mr. Walker, thanks for joining us this evening. Mr. Walker is an esteemed engineer in our community, I recognize for many years of service on numerous committees. Thank you, Mr. Walker. It's nice to see you this evening. Just going to make sure you're speaking into that microphone, Mr. Walker, so we can hear you.
Okay, I'll do my best.
It's off to your left.
This one here?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm very hesitant to actually come, but I've got some friends that live on the street that you were just talking about.
I'm going to get you, sir, if you could just move the microphone down so we...
Down? Okay. That
really
better?
helps. Yes,
Yeah.
thanks so much.
Yeah, I have some friends that are on this street that we're talking about here, and so was coaxed into coming here this evening. So bear with me if you would. I know you're thinking about 10 minutes, and I'll do my best, but I'm going to...
Actually, we do allow 3 minutes, but we will invite you to come back if you have more to say after the 3 minutes. We just want to make sure everyone has an
fine.
opportunity
Okay.
to be heard.
I really wanted to speak about the Coastal Marine Management Plan because I believe it's significant in terms of providing some information that I think perhaps council and probably even most people in the audience are not aware of. Because in my view, the starting point here is that the district is not following the recommendations that were presented in the January 22 Coastal Marine Management Plan that was approved by council. So that's the starting point. The purpose of that Coastal Marine Management Plan was to set up a framework to guide the management of coastal areas in the District of West Vancouver to preserve the ecosystems and management coastal dynamics such as sea level rise and erosion, protect built infrastructure, parks, natural assets, and coastal areas, and manage development at public and private interfaces. I was a member of the citizen group that worked on this plan. Laurie Williams was the chair, and there were 8 others on the committee. Staff were represented by basically the Parks Department, and at the time Matthew McKinnon was the local guy and Andrew Banks was the Parks Manager. The work that we did started in January of 2019, and the final report was submitted 3 years later, basically in January 2022.
Mr. Walker, I know that we're going to get shut off here right now.
Okay.
I'm going to ask if you will be kind enough to wait and speak again after everyone's had a first go through.
Very good. Yep.
Thank you.
The next speaker on the list is John Davis, followed by Debbie Evans. John Davis.
Mr. Davis, thank you for joining us this evening.
Mayor Sager and Council, my name is John Davis. I'm a long-term resident of West Vancouver, a regular seawall user and a friend of both applicants, Janice and Phil. I'd like to start by pointing out to everyone in this room the severity of the emotional impact this entire process has had on both Janice and Phil, as well as their entire family. Couple this with what I can only describe as the recent vilification of them by some of those that are opposed to this application. It has been extremely trying to them, as you can imagine. This application is not something Janice and Phil are seeking to improve their view or increase their property value at the expense of others. It is simply an application to fulfill the mandate of the city while maintaining the enjoyment of their home. It is an application to protect their investment and not lose 25% of their property value, a loss which translates to approximately $2 million. The proposed flood protection wall is mandated by the city. The 13-foot height of the wall is mandated by the city and is based on an engineering study that was commissioned by the city. However, the city is only enforcing that portion of the report that negatively impacts the owners of this property. The city is not following the entirety of their report, which states that to have effective flood control, the seawall needs to be raised an additional 7.87 feet. If the council followed their own engineering report, this issue would not be on the table. The Cottrell's view would be intact, the value and the size of their property would be maintained, and we would all be somewhere else this evening. In closing, I'd just like to ask everyone in this room to pause for one moment and consider how you might react if the city mandated that you erect a 13-foot wall directly in front of your home and then move it back on your property by 18 feet, and then require you to pay for the entire construction and design costs yourselves, as well as absorb the associated 25% property value reduction. Would you come up with a $500,000 plan to both build and beautify the wall to minimize the impact to passers-by as the Cottrells have done? Would you meekly comply? Or would you go to council and object and point out how unreasonable this mandate is and look for a reasonable compromise that has the least impact on all involved? These people are doing exactly what we would all do: request a reasonable compromise. A compromise that satisfies the mandated flood protection, maintains their property value, has the least impact on seawall users. This is a wall with natural plantings that will fade into the background as fast, if not faster, than all of the other structures, hedges, fences, townhouses, and apartment blocks that have lined the seawall for generations without ruining or compromising the enjoyment of the seawall user experience. Thank you.
That's your time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Davis. Council, yes, please, if you don't mind. Sorry. Back by popular demand. There you go. Now it's on council's time. Councilor Gambiole, I believe, has a
Yes.
question.
No, I was trying to write down a few things you said at the very beginning. I think what you said was that the wall is mandated by the city.
As I understand it, the wall is mandated by the city
Okay,
based. Sorry.
Okay, so hold on. We've just established that the wall is not mandated by the city. I just want to make that clear. Just hang on. I just want to hear from staff.
So through the mayor, that's correct. This particular wall is not mandated by the city. What's mandated by the city is that the house be designed in compliance with the flood construction levels, which is the level of the house. The wall is their solution to get to that level.
Okay. And secondly, I believe you said something to the effect of that staff are not following their own plan. Could you just repeat what you said?
Again, as I understand it, there was an engineering report that was commissioned by the city that mandated that this wall was designed to meet, the height of the wall was designed to meet. But another part of that plan, if I understand it correctly, was that the seawall should be raised approximately 7.87 feet, I think was the amount.
The seawall? You mean our seawall? the
Correct.
district
That is my
seawall?
understanding. That is correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that our staff are not being vilified by the public by not following our own plan. So could we just get clear on that? I just don't want people abusing our staff this evening.
No, that's fine, and I appreciate some of the confusion, but just to be clear, the WSP report said that given the impacts of climate change and waves and those sorts of things, that the district over time should look at raising their sea level to the level that's articulated in the package.
Okay, so that's
That-
in relation to the seawall.
That's in relation to the
our
seawall. And council's aware of that. And,
Yeah.
there's an expectation, I think,
Got
that
it.
over time, again, this wall, to raise that seawall would be tens of millions of dollars, in my opinion. And that would occur over, frankly, decades, if at all.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Thank you. Okay. Hello, thanks for joining us.
Hi, my name is Debbie Evans. I'm a neighbor. I live on the 10th floor in the Sea Strand overlooking the house. I went for a walk last week. I didn't really look into this project. I didn't know a lot about it. I knew they were going to build. But I saw people out passing out petitions, and I asked them to please describe what's being built. And they said a giant concrete wall, 13 feet. I said, can you tell me more about it? No. Can you tell me what it looks like? No. And they had tons of people around, and they said, do you want to sign it? I said, I don't know anything about it. So I went back. My background is design and construction, 37 years. I've worked on permit plans, many plans. I ran through the whole project. Everything looked pretty basic, met all the guidelines. I looked at the variance. I saw the engineered wall. I know that the engineered wall would have been designed to the best to protect this site for public and for the property. So I know we're talking about step-back walls, but if that was the best option, I believe the engineers and the consultants would have done that. So I did up a video because I felt so bad, and I sent it out because I had tons of video footage of all the flooding during 2022.
Oh, you're the author of the videos. Yes,
I
we
did
all
the
received
video.
it. There you go.
Yeah, and I just found out about this whole thing like a couple of weeks ago and what was going on. So that's why I did the video, to try to explain to a lot of the people online who are saying they're building it for a pool. They're just building a big giant concrete wall. It's going to be ugly. I saw the design from the architect with all the greenscape. I thought, by the time this house is done, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be all finished, filled in. I walk in front of there every single day. I honestly think once it's designed and once it's finished, you won't notice it. The overall site will look amazing with the new home. I was walking back after my walk today, and I see a big, giant plastic wrap all over the roof. Has anybody complained about that? That's been on there for years. Their house has been leaking. They've had to build temporary roof structures, like to stop all the leaking and the water from penetrating in the house. Their house was completely flooded up to like a few feet on the side. If they don't build this engineered wall properly, they're going to be living in a swimming pool. If they don't design the wall properly, they're going to have logs. We've got all the flooding in that area, flooding and tons of log debris, and they're huge. And they even came up into the Sea Strand parking lot. The water, when it was at the highest, was in the middle of the grass of the Sea Strand. I also put the video footage of between 24th and 25th, showing the waves crashing against the wall and hitting the fenced wall and going up into the middle of the property.
That's time, ma'am.
Okay, so.
But you are invited to come back after everyone's
Okay.
spoken if you wish.
Sure.
Thank you.
The next speaker, if I can read this correctly, is Nadine DeCane, followed by, I believe, Jan McCaffrey.
Thank you. Did we get that right? Is it
Martine de Cagne.
Martine.
Thank you.
Martine?
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor and the Council. I'm a resident of Bellevue Avenue at 2355 for more than 20 years, and I walked seawall on a regular basis.
Could we just ask you to speak into the microphone? Thanks.
The owners of the residence 2368 Bellevue Avenue, along this portion of the seawall, have requested a variance in the building code to construct a large cement structure along the seawall, which, in my opinion, would completely destroy the atmosphere of the seawall. This proposed structure would impede the flow of light and interrupt the wildlife and birds that frequent the area. It will be a complete change also in the greenery along the wall and disrupt the entire ambiance of the neighborhood. The height of 13 feet or more in a vertical structure is not necessary to allow for sea level rise. I understand the need for a wall along the seawalk, but such a design should fit with the existing designs that occur in other portions of the seawalk. I would like to add today, I'm mainly concerned of the repeated damage that this wall will face. And also, I'm concerned about the landscaping maintenance of it. Thank you for your attention. I hope the Council will reconsider the design and come to a recommendation that will satisfy all our community.
Merci beaucoup. And the next speaker, please.
Jan McCaffrey, followed by Robin Sidney Smith.
Sorry, Councillor Watt has a question. Is it for Martine?
Yes, I just had a question for the last speaker. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. You said it will destroy the light on the seawall?
Yeah, a wall would usually.
But it's not as high as the foliage, I don't believe. I think that the existing foliage is higher. Could somebody clarify that?
A wall normally for me would really cut the light on the seawall.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to clarify the height of the wall versus the existing foliage.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That's okay. Thanks. Merci encore. Jan McCaffrey.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you. I've never done this before.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Mayor and Council. I'm a retired physician. I live at 2367 Bellevue Avenue. I have a few disclaimers to announce. My view is not affected by this build. So I'm not here grumpy because I don't have a view. I accept the height of the house and the necessity for a flood protection wall. We all know, or I think most of us know, it has to be really high, heights we haven't seen before. I accept that. The house design is beautiful, and just to clarify things, I do not have a hate on for Janice and Phil. I was accused of this by someone, a friend of theirs, who harassed me on Marine Drive and 25th Avenue with the woman that just spoke, Martine, my neighbor. I bear them no ill will. I've had a delightful conversation with Janice. She came to my home. Phil, I know our kids went to the same school. It's not about them. I don't hate them, as I've been accused of. It's the wall design that I have an issue with. I'm sorry, Ted. It's a lot of concrete. It's vertically oriented. And to me, from a distance, it looks like a corporate headquarters of some kind was dropped on the beach. And it seems to me, in spite of greenery, to be out of place on this portion of the seawall. For me, I walk it many times a day. I have a dog. I bring family. I bring friends. It ruins the ambience and the sensibility of the seawalk as a natural and free-flowing path. It's 160 feet long. This concrete edifice, I feel, that is proposed to be built. You can't not see it. And why not follow the bylaws? A woman who completed a 2-year foreshore build in the 2800 block just went through the raised setbacks, etc. And she followed the bylaws and she wrote on her petition, if I follow the bylaws, why can't you? And what I understand is that the vertical wall is not the only option to be built. And I was thrilled to hear, and thank you for reconsidering the eastern aspect of the wall. I think that will make many people happy. And to that end, I would ask that you consider widening the garden at the 4-foot level to accommodate trees that might grow up the wall and continue to cover that concrete. These kinds of decisions will appease the public greatly. I'll close. I'll hope that council sends it back for redesign. Not a complete redesign, but the kinds of things that Phil and Janice are already talking about.
That's time, ma'am.
We would welcome, well, Councillor Thompson has a question, so
Sure.
you're going to get a bit more time.
Yeah, I just wanted you to clarify your solution, that they increase the width of which part of the wall or garden to
So they
plant
talked
trees?
about,
At what point would you want that?
there's already a division, and I was told, I can't remember where I got it from, but it was documents or the architect that the garden at the 4-foot level, there's a tiny bit of garden.
Okay.
I was told 2 feet, and then it goes up another 9 feet.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be clear on, not the bottom one.
The idea would be that if it were wider and something like small ornamental trees, I mean, can you imagine the stunning effect of pink dogwoods, 160 feet long? You come around that east corner in the springtime or whenever they bloom, along with the setbacks they've got on the east. Now that's like a raised public garden almost, and you're doing the gardening there anyway. I mean, share the cost or something, and you've got a completely different thing happening, and you've saved the day. I mean, you have a legacy moment in front of you here, really. Creating something beautiful or concrete stands, and I think the public would appreciate the former, and I hope you have it in you to send it back for the kinds of adjustments they're already talking about making. I think we could make a few more and we'd be there.
I appreciate your comments. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker on the list is David Thomas, followed by Robin Sidney Smith. Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, nice to see you out this evening. And I would like to thank you for all of the time you have dedicated in service and volunteering for our community. Nice to see you this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Council. Mayor Council, you probably know me from different places. I'm personal friends with the property owners, and I'm here to speak in support of this variance application. Some of you might remember in the 1990s, I was the chairperson of the West Vancouver Parks and Recreation Commission. And tonight reminds me of another hot July night in 1998, when there was another public meeting before West Van Council to discuss the radical new proposal of a recreation center on Marine Drive adjacent to the Glen Eagles Golf Course. There were 200 people gathered in the gymnasium at Glen Eagles School that night, and 199 of them were dead against the idea. And today, the Glen Eagles Rec Center is very popular, and people have a hard time believing my story when I tell them about the initial opposition to it. And I think what I've learned over the years is that people who live in West Vancouver really love our community. We love it so much that we tend to have a fear to change anything, even if we look back years later to changes that we once feared, but which have greatly enhanced our community. We all love the seawall, and we love it so much that we're concerned about any change that might compromise our enjoyment of it. We're here tonight because this development application is subject to the Foreshore Development Permit Bylaw adopted by the Council in 2022. With the introduction of the bylaw, this property, along with some 800 other properties in West Vancouver, is now subject to much more onerous requirements to mitigate possible flood damage in the future. These folks are doing their best to comply with the new requirements, and I think the solution they have proposed is very reasonable. It makes sense in terms of long-term planning, and I think the impact on the seawall user will be minimal, if anything at all. Most people walk by this property and don't even realize there is a home there. That's because people walk along the seawall to enjoy the views of the bay. They're not there to look at the apartment buildings, railroad tracks, and the existing high bushes along the northern side. Moreover, a rejection of the variance application would be grossly unfair to the owners. They purchased this property in 2021 with the intention of renovating or constructing a new home as soon as possible. In January of 2022, there was a huge storm that left 4 feet of water on their property. So it was a new building. And then West Van Council adopted the Foreshore Development Bylaw in 2022, somewhat changing the rules underneath them. I also think these owners are enduring additional scrutiny because they are perhaps some of the first ones building to conform to the new bylaw. Over time, there will be many more similar applications coming before council, and extra foreshore protection will become all that more common along the seawall, most of which I believe will go unnoticed by seawall users. There's also some discussion about eventually raising the level of the seawall itself, and if that happens, then this variance is exactly what makes sense. Lastly, with all due respect to the homeowners, the current structure is a bit of an eyesore. It's an old building that's beyond repair, and I believe that when nice properties are built, it enhances the community for all of us.
That's time, sir.
Can I just do one sentence? If you reject this application, it might be a very long time before someone else comes along with the willingness, capacity, and determination to clean up this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
The next speaker is Robin Sidney Smith, followed by Brock Smeaton, I believe.
Thank you. Mr. Robbins, sorry?
Sidney Smith.
Sidney Smith, thanks for joining us this evening, sir.
Well, thank you, Worship and Council, for the opportunity to speak. You know my name now. I was born and raised in West Vancouver. At one point, I worked for the Parks Board and helped with seawalk maintenance. Weed whacking the dog walk was my favorite job of that, I have to say. Professionally, I am an environmental sociologist, and I have spent a good portion of my career studying the impacts of climate change on society. More precisely, I have worked with communities to help them understand how they might be affected by climate change, but also to explore what can be done in response to protect themselves and minimize disruption and costs. Two of the key buzzwords I've worked with for a long time then are adaptation and resilience. Now, what can or should a community do to adapt to impending changes? How can a community become resilient? Increasing or building resilience is not easy. It's complex, it's usually expensive, and as we've seen this evening, often controversial. To its credit, the District of West Vancouver has been very proactive in this space since at least 2005 when they completed the Ambleside-Dunderave long-term shoreline planning framework. In the late 2010s, West Van teamed with our neighboring North Shore municipalities to do detailed studies and have released several plans, detailed plans and risk assessments to that end. These plans go into considerable detail about sea level rise, how and why it's happening, and how it will affect our coast from Horseshoe Bay to Deep Cove. They address a lot of issues and highlight several key concerns. One of these is the Dunderave Seawalk. The facts are our climate is changing, a certain amount of sea level rise is already baked into our future. Extreme weather events are part and parcel of these changes, and when they coincide with our bigger tides, we can expect to see more of the sorts of damage that we have seen in recent years. To save the seawalk for current and future generations, it needs to be more resilient. It needs to be adapted to better withstand the impacts of sea level rise, especially when spring tides coincide with storm surge. According to the strategies, raising the seawalk is likely to be the most effective long-term solution. The owners have already shown you their presentation what that looks like in front of the property. The district is right to require owners to implement robust flood protection measures to protect private property and public property. The district knows that it must raise the seawall, or ultimately it will be too expensive to keep fixing and or too risky to allow ongoing public use. To me, the requested variance is entirely reasonable and consistent with the adaptive management strategy and the coastal marine management plan's policy guidance. The opposition to the proposed flood protection wall is inconsistent with these well thought out long-term objectives. I'd just like to add that it's disheartening for me to see the plague of misinformation and in some cases disinformation being used by opponents of this proposal. I wish people would have faith in the plans to greenify the wall and be content that one day its height will be halved if the seawall is raised.
That's time, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
The next speaker is Brock Smeaton, followed by Bob Edwards.
Mr. Smeaton, nice to see you this evening. Thanks for joining us.
Very nice to see you too, Mayor and Council. My name is Brock Smeaton. I'm 60-ish years in West Vancouver. I've lived here my whole life. And I've only ever spoken up to the council on one occasion previously, and it was when the Ross Crescent Stearman Beach project was going on. It was the previous mayor and council. I have watched this process with the Cotterill family over the last 3 years and how much effort they have made to try to avoid exactly what we're enduring here, which is upset people, confrontation, misinformation, people feeling that they're wronging the community. They're just not that kind of people. They love West Vancouver. They love that seawall as much as any of us do. And I think they have made a heroic effort to try to make this work for them and the municipality the best they can. If you walk along that seawall, I want to see all these beautiful towering dogwoods and beautiful hedges. There's nothing there but brambles and train tracks. I look at the proposal and it looks beautiful. And if you know the people that are living there, the cost that they're going to go to make this home and landscape beautiful, it's just, we should be applauding them and embracing them, not fighting them. The last time we had this was on Ross Crescent, and the people had to redesign the house at the expense of almost $500,000 3 times. By the end of it, there was such horrible feelings amongst the neighbors. They never built the house. They were just terrified. It scared them away. Why would we want to do that to a family that's prepared to commit all this extra money to make it beautiful and pleasant? Yes, there's compromises. The suggestion by staff that they shrink the house and step it back. I mean, these are all great ideas, but they bought the property with a family requirement. They have lived within that requirement. They're not trying to make it higher, bigger. They're just trying to comply with the requirement. And if the municipality complied with their own report that was commissioned by them, they wouldn't need a variance. They could just build their wall because they're the only ones at this point that have been required to do this wall. So if the seawall came up, they wouldn't need a variance. So I think we need to take that into consideration, appreciate what they're trying to do. Nothing is perfect, but it will be beautiful. I can absolutely assure you, and I ask Mayor and Council to please approve this wonderful opportunity for our citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Smeaton.
Bob Edwards, followed by Philip Cotterill, followed by Martin Gerber. And that's the end of the speakers list.
Sorry, and the gentleman coming up, his name is?
Bob Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, thanks for joining us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Is it all right if I turn around and talk this way? It seems kind of funny to be talking with everybody in the back. Is that all right?
But no, you can't do that, sir. Sorry, you have to talk into the microphone, but
Okay.
they get to see you on the screen.
I've never talked sitting down before. That's
Well,
anyway, following up all those very eloquent speakers, they've covered just about every point I could think of. And I'm new over here. I live at the Sea Strand. I walk that seawall regularly. And I think that wall is going to be so beautiful. It's going to be one of those things that people are going to be talking about. Visitors to town are going to be taking photographs of it. There's all kinds of creative ideas that could come up. We could even have a contest of something that could go on that wall that's really representative of Dunderray. Because what I liked about this area is just how friendly and how genuine everybody is. And so the very thought that we're going to have divisiveness in this community when there is no reason for it. I mean, they're doing an amazing job. I mean, I even heard, Janice told me a story one time about, some people complain about the views at the back. Apparently, she cut down some trees that blocked their view to make it easier. And when this house is up, it won't be any higher than those trees were before. So they're back to square one. So there really isn't a valid argument as to why this doesn't come through. And I don't think after all talking tonight, there's going to be anybody in this room that's going to object to it. I think we just pass it and get on with it.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for joining us. The next speaker is
Phil Cottrell, followed by Martin Gerber.
But Mr. Cottrell, I'm going to give you the last opportunity. Yeah, no, you'll, as the applicant, you get to speak at the end. And we have Mr. Walker did not get to finish his presentation, so I'm going to invite him back. Yes, sir.
My name is Martin Gerber. I've been a resident of West Vancouver for 24 years, and as everyone else, I love the seawall. I don't want to say things that are technical. I think we've heard everything there is to say on that matter. I think what I've heard today is none of us like change. We'd rather not have the sea level rising. We'd rather not have the new roles that exist by council, in West Van or in the province. The reality is we don't get to choose those things. That's what we're facing. And there's conditions that make properties like this one more difficult to build on than they would have been before. The other reality from what I heard is each of us like different things. Some people are going to like this, some people are going to hate it. And none of those things should really be up for debate. It seems that this house needs to be built at that level and a wall has to be built. The exact design of it, some people may like this one, some people may like others. But what is clear to me from what I've heard tonight is Phil and Janice have gone over and above over the last 3 years to try to gather expert opinions and advice from engineers and architects on ways in which this could be done in the ways that is going to be the safest, the best looking, and subject to different opinions that people may have. I don't know that it's fair or necessary for all of us to agree that we love it or don't love it. I happen to like it, some others may not. The point is, given the effort that has gone into it, an application that seems entirely reasonable to me, that is complying with the requirements that our new realities face, I think this needs to be supported, and I can say for myself, I am in full support of it.
Thank you, Mr. Gerber. Sorry, before I ask Mr. Walker to return, I want to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to address council tonight. So is there anyone else who has not put their name on the list, who's come this evening, who wishes to address council? Yes, there is. Thank you. Nice to see you, Candice. Thank you for joining us.
I just wanted to say I'm in favor. I agree with the last speaker. Not everybody's going to agree, and there's been lots of things like the duplexes at Dunderray. People thought duplexes at Dunderray? Are you kidding me? And they love it.
No, and I should just say to members of the public who don't recognize this wonderful person, it was this person and her husband who created those duplexes in Dunderave. I happen to have been sitting in the same seat when we negotiated, and you very generously gave up the front 6 inches to allow the seawall to continue to 25th. And that was a real game changer. And so it's an opportunity for me to say, many, many years later, thank you.
Pleasure. So I just want to say that, this wall that has to happen. It's not like they want to do a wall, they have to do a wall. And I just think it's going to be great. Planting it out, and I know they love the area, they love the place, and Harold was part of the design of the seawall, and I think he'd like it.
He sure
That's all I
was.
have
And
to say.
thank you. That's true. Debbie Evans, did you want, sorry, I'm going to ask one more time because that got Candace up, which was lovely. Is there anyone else here this evening that wishes to address council? And yes, Ms. Evans, you want to finish your presentation? Thanks for your patience.
Sorry about that. So I didn't really have a presentation, but I just wanted to reiterate the fact that they've spent years with a lot of consultants, engineers, professionals designing the best, safest house for the site. And yes, it is looking like an eyesore, but I think it's time for, you can redesign that wall many, many times, potentially, but will it be right? The engineer designed it to properly work and suit the site that's there now. I've worked on tons of projects over the years, lots of developments, permits, and everything looked pretty clean. That's why I did that video. People were misunderstanding, doing different, sending out different ideas of why the wall was being built. But if you look at why it was designed to protect the site, the public, and the property. So I'm totally in favor of it. I would love to see this passed tonight so they could move on and build their dream home.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mr. Walker, are you still with us, and would you like to finish your... Mr. Walker, can I probably just, if you move over a little bit this way, that's great. Thank you. And then move that microphone back. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me properly now?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I'm here primarily to discuss the Coastal Marine Management Plan, and I would like to do that because I think it does provide some additional information that most of you are not familiar with.
I should just say for anyone who hasn't read it, that's the document Mr. Walker is talking about, the Coastal Marine Management Plan, passed in 2022.
I think I mentioned that what its purpose was, and I indicated that I was one of the members under Chair Laurie Williams, and we had 8 members that contributed to the document. And it took from January of 2019 through to, frankly, January of 2022, so about 3 years to complete. I just want to, again, read from the document and just highlight some things about the unique coastline in West Vancouver. The coastline is unique in the Metro Vancouver Howe Sound area. There are numerous creeks and tributaries that flow into the ocean between the Cap River and Horseshoe Bay. They carry sediment to beaches along the coast. West Vancouver estuaries and foreshore areas provide important habitat for fish, birds, and other wildlife. They also offer important ecosystem services, including erosion and wave protection and filtration of urban runoff. The coastal sediment supply of West Vancouver has been altered by the arrival of settlers, deforestation, urban development, and the construction of the Cleveland Dam in 1954, which has led to the disruption of sediment coming down from the Capilano River. Waterfront structures such as piers, groins, seawalls, and culverts have further altered natural sediment transport pathways and caused changes to adjacent properties and habitats. The challenges are further compounded with the challenges of managing the largely privately owned waterfront, which includes a mix of residential and commercial uses. Coastal protection along privately owned land can be exceptionally challenging due to the management of liability, property owner expectations, and cost. Furthermore, the important CN rail corridor runs along a significant portion of the West Vancouver waterfront,
That's time, sir.
requiring ongoing
I'm going to allow
communication
Mr. Walker to finish his.
and collaboration. Let's see, unique shoreline,
How much longer do you think you'll be, Mr. Walker?
about 10 minutes.
Ooh. Mr. Walker, that's going to get us in trouble.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'll try to make it even faster. I'll get into this.
Mr. Walker, can
Yes.
I help? I have a few questions, and you and I have had the opportunity to have some discussion around this. You've seen the report provided by the company as NHC, and they're the engineers that have been involved in the design of this.
Correct.
I mean, is there any grounds upon which council would have grounds to not accept this report?
Yes, I'll just highlight that right now. The province of BC sea level rise projections are 0.5 meter by the year 2050, 25 years from now, 1 meter by 2100, and 2 meters by 2200. Recognize that sea level will rise will occur over a long period of time, allowing some adaptation approaches to be implemented through multiple phases. The issue there is that the plan recommends that we use the 25-year projection, which is 0.5 meter, and that we continue to monitor because there's a lack of proper information about how quickly this is going to happen, that is sea level rise and whatnot. And secondly, the database is not there currently to make informed decisions on whether change is going to be needed in the future to either increase the amount of protection or to, in fact, reduce it.
But Mr. Walker, the challenge I'm looking at that council faces is we've got a qualified coastal engineer that has written that that's the level it has to be built at. The home has to be built at flood construction level 7.01. And I don't see, I'm trying to, well, I think it's crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't see the grounds upon which council can deny their report, and that's my challenge.
What the Marine Management Plan says, though, is that we should start with the 25-year plan at 0.5 meter, and that will result in reducing the height of that wall by 5 feet. And so instead of a 14-foot high wall, you'll have a 9-foot high wall.
I am sure that the owner would love to do that if they could. Mr. Bailey?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity and to kind of help out with some clarification, the staff have no issue with the NHC report. We accept it. It's fine. Your assertion is correct that the report provided by the coastal engineer has been accepted. It's consistent with the methodology. It's hard to believe that it's that high, but those are the data points that are given by the province and are consistent with our foreshore DP. But there's no dispute from staff that the NHC report is acceptable.
And actually, the light went off in my little brain when you made the comment, because we were talking about the ferry building. But of course, that could be built at a lower level. It's not a habitable structure. And that's a totally different calculation. So.
The Sandwell report is the one that the province has been using. And it makes provision that if a qualified professional takes a look at the requirements of the provincial legislation that vary in the south, in the Ganges area, from an average tide of about 12 feet to up to Prince Rupert, where, as you probably know, if you're a boater, it's 26 feet. And so there's provision in that Sandwell report to say, hire a qualified professional who understands the issues, and you can change the requirements that the province imposes. And that's what I'm saying is important.
Yeah, I've got it. And I think the applicant wanted to speak, so I was going to allow him the last address, because I would think if there's any person or any people on the planet who would love to see this lower, it would be the applicants themselves. Cost a lot less money.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Cottrell, I believe you'll be the last speaker. I have asked a number of times. I'll just look around, make sure I'm not missing anyone. Mr. Cottrell, thanks for your patience. And I have to assume, sir, that you have made every effort to find a coastal engineer who is, it's a very high construction level.
I've heard you say that now for a couple of weeks, Mark.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a very, very high wall, and this is what we've been told we are required to do. I appreciate the semantics of are we required to build a flood construction wall at 13 feet, or are we just required to put the house at 7.01 meters? The fact of the matter is, you can't have a house at a certain level without building something that retains the area around it. And so we do have a 7.01 FCL. We are not asking for a variance related to the house height. I appreciate that there may be a couple of corners where we can add additional space to the house to do something to modify it. The house is 3,800 square feet of living space. That's the maximum that we could fit in on that space. We are highly constrained. We are not asking for a height variance. We're building a house to one level. It's one living level. There is a hardship in that, and we're not asking for a variance. We've worked as hard as we can to try to build a wall that we feel works for the public. I grant you, it's imperfect. And I don't believe having a public debate about what would make it perfect will get us anywhere, because there will be a whole variety of views around it. Everyone has an opinion. This is what we feel is a reasonable compromise, and as I said earlier, we would make a further compromise to the east side to help with the view from that perspective. We were asked, there was a question earlier around whether or not it was factual that there was a report that suggested that the seawalk should be raised. And I appreciate, Mr. Bailey, your comments back, which is, yes, the same study that defined the height that the house has to be at indicated that for the preservation of the public space, there is required to be a berm that will raise the level of the seawalk by over 7 feet from where it is today. That's going to be required in the area we are. That is constantly underwater at a very high tide today. It's a necessity. And I appreciate that it will cost, in Mr. Bailey's words, tens of millions of dollars, and you can't afford it. But how does that take away the responsibility to do it and place it upon us? If nothing else, it asks us to put that flood construction wall there for us to preserve the private property we have, because West Van isn't in a position to be able to do the part that's required for you. Mm-hmm. I really appreciate the amount of effort that all of you have put into trying to understand this issue. It's incredibly complex, and it's highly emotional. And so thank you for all the work that you've done. Councillor Thompson, the work that you've done and the number of people you have met on this issue is incredible. So thank you. And thank you all for the effort that you've put in tonight in providing feedback and context. I hope that you'll see your way to passing this and allowing us to move along here. We still have a building permit that comes after this. We're still not ready to build. We now have to work with planning, with the building department to get a building permit out of this. So I don't know how long that will take.
Well, the good news is we've improved the turnaround time for building permits quite dramatically. Used to be 40 weeks. We're now told, Mr. Bailey, we're down to, come on, 6 weeks.
Okay, so noted, 6 weeks from now, we will have a building permit. Thank you.
I can tell you our staff are working very hard to live up to a commitment of improved turnaround time and service. Mr. Contral, just a couple of questions, if I may. I thought it was really quite moving that one of your neighbors, who I take it was involved, was quite active in raising opposition to this, and we, as you know, have received an extraordinary number of letters in opposition. Said something that I thought was really quite wise, and that is, you know, with the right landscaping, this could be truly beautiful. And I have no doubt, sir, that you would do that, but would you be prepared to put some kind of covenant that ensures that should you sell the property, that the people in the future will be sensitive to how important this part of the seawall is to our community?
I'm sure we could find a compromise in that somewhere that would work for both.
Just something, and I hope what you're proposing to plant aren't invasive species, because we'll never hear the end of that.
Mayor Sager, I have to tell you, if you've walked the Seawalk, you'll notice that there is an abundance of invasive species.
We're very aware.
Yes.
We're very aware.
You know, to the point earlier that this is a beautiful Seawalk, I think the Seawalk is a beautiful space, but I think there's a lot that we can do to improve upon it.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. All right. Any other, yes, Councillor Watt?
I just wanted to make a comment that, you know, having looked endlessly at your report and listening to a lot of the commentators this evening, you know, people don't like change, as has been mentioned, but I do feel, looking at your design and what you're proposing to put in, that should council approve this evening, I do think that, you know, in the years going forward, it will be viewed as being an iconic property. So I wish you luck.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. Councillor Snyder.
Yes, just before there's a motion on the table, I guess the question is there's been an offer to make some changes to some compromise on the east side. So how would that fit into, I mean, that doesn't necessarily fall within the actual proposed development permit.
Mr. Bailey?
Mr. Mayor, great question. Councillor Snyder, there's a couple of things that are new. So if council chooses to accept the development permit, I think the recommendation would be that development permit 23-079 be approved, subject to, just so we're conversing here, the removal of the pool, right? The alteration of the eastern side of the wall, with both of those signed off by a coastal engineer. That would be key. And with your agreement, the registration of a covenant in perpetuity to maintain the wall. Those are the three things that I heard.
Maintain the landscaping on the wall.
The landscaping, sure.
You know, I think properly.
But yes.
Yeah. Councillor Snyder, no, your microphone's still on. Councillor Cassidy.
So Mayor Sager, do you want us to make our comments now, or do you want to wait? Motion is on.
No,
the motion is on
actually,
the
we
floor.
should speak to a motion, so I'll ask Councillor Thompson to make a motion.
I would be happy to make this motion. Is Miss Dallas, her name's Dallas Hope, we can get it. And she's
Dallas.
fantastic.
It's Dallas.
Dallas.
You do that all the time, Councillor Thompson.
We all do.
We do.
Anyway, can you put the motion up for us with those amendments?
Through the mayor, I don't think I have the ability to put those up quickly, but we can. I can read it out loud if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Sure.
that proposed development permit 23079 for 2368 Bellevue be approved, subject to, the removal of the pool and then the eastern side of the wall being adjusted and sign off by a coastal engineer, as well as the registration of a covenant to maintain the landscaping in perpetuity. Please feel free to correct me.
Right, yes, sorry.
Okay.
And Councillor Gambioli is quite correct in saying the first motion is to receive the written and oral submissions. If I could have that motion
Right.
first.
So that, recommend that all written oral submissions regarding proposed development permit 23079 for 2368 Bellevue Avenue, up to and including the council meeting held on July 22nd, 2024, be received for information.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Watt, Councillor Snyder. Thank you. He beat you to it. I'm going to call the question on that.
No, I had a question.
A question on receipt of information? Okay. Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I'm just confused. If we're going, if they're going with the original design of the wall and not a step-back version, why does the pool have to be removed? Can that not be open? I mean, if it was my property and the wall was there, I'm not understanding why the pool is to be removed. Would that not only be required if it was stepped back? I guess I don't quite understand that part.
I think it was an exception to the public who felt that that was the rationale for putting the wall up. The fact of the matter is, we've already conceded in our own discussions that we wouldn't put a pool in, and so it's not a hardship to remove it.
Okay.
And I can guarantee you, no one will ever have the capacity to be able to put it back on again if it's built without it. That's why it was put on the plans. In the first instance, the design of it is impossible otherwise.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Gambioli.
Understand.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Cassidy, were you?
Are we going to, what are we going to do?
Sorry. Can I call the question on the first motion, which is just receipt of information,
Yes.
please?
All right, I will
Call
receive the
question. All in
information.
favor? Contrary, carried. Now I'll ask Councillor Thompson to make a second motion.
Which I will make that recommendation based on what was just read out loud.
Okay. So
Would you like me to read it again?
Yes,
I think
please.
that would be wise. Thank you.
In its entirety. That proposed development permit 23079 for 2368 Bellevue Avenue, which would allow for a new single-family dwelling, hot tub, covered patio, driveway, retaining walls, and landscaping on the subject site be approved, subject to removal of the pool, eastern side of the wall modifications, signed off by a coastal engineer, and registration of covenant to maintain the landscaping in perpetuity.
Seconded by Councillor Snyder. Is there discussion? Councillor Gambioli.
Right, okay, so, thank you. All right. So, yeah, several things here, and, I think there's a few misconceptions that keep being repeated, and I just want to make it as simple as I can. We have a report from the coastal engineers. It took us years to figure it out. Coastal Management Working Group worked very hard on it, which says that it would be potentially of benefit to neighboring properties if we raised the seawall. But there's nothing that says we have to raise the seawall. And I am telling you, it is my personal opinion that the seawall is never going to be raised, not in my lifetime. So I just think that's a false premise to start with on these kinds of projects. It's going to be way too expensive, and there are other ways to mitigate sea level rise, as we've done in other parts of Ambleside. In other words, put all kinds of boulders and whatnot in the actual ocean rather than raising the seawall. So I just, I have to start by saying that, because the wall issue is, a lot of it is premised on that idea of raising the seawall, 5 or 6 or 7 feet. And again, as we've already said, the home itself
the second level, if you will, of the home must be built to a certain level. We've established that, but that doesn't mean that the wall needs to be designed in the way that it's proposed. So again, I just want to make that clear because there's all kinds of different ways of saying it, it seems. And I just, I think that it's our duty, well, I know that it's my duty to act in the interests of the District of West Vancouver and the public. And it's not my duty to act in the interest of private individuals and their private property, no matter how much money they've spent. So I need to keep that in mind when I'm making decisions. It's unusual that we get this much correspondence. And normally I certainly don't put things in a column and say, there's this many yeses and this many noes, so this is how I make my decision. But this one is pretty overwhelming because it's running about 10-1 against this design in terms of the amount of correspondence we've received, including tonight, which is very close to 300 pieces of correspondence. So that's really, really, really one-sided compared to what we normally hear. So, that becomes part of a decision that, part of the decision that I make. I don't think that a 13 or 14-foot wall is a good fit in this location. I don't think it's a reasonable request for a variance. I don't think it compares with the site along the seawall between 24th and 25th, which is about a 4.5-foot wall with about a 2.5-foot wooden fence about 2 feet back. So this particular wall would be in virtually the same place, but it would be twice as high as what is in that block. And I really feel that that's not reasonable, and I think that's really an overreach into the public sphere, and I really don't think this design of this wall is the legacy that I want to leave to the community, and I would much prefer to send this back to staff who have the expertise to suggest some changes and some improvements to this design. So I will not be supporting the motion that Councillor Thompson has suggested.
Thank you, Councillor Gambioli. Councillor Cassidy.
Well, here I am. So I am not somebody who caves to public pressure. It's immaterial to me. I feel that I was elected, presumably because I was a reasonably intelligent individual who could think for herself and was going to vote in accordance with the best interests of this community at hand and those individuals within this community who come forward for specific issues. So that's where I am, and I'm assuming that my council members earlier this evening probably are going to be surprised at what I'm going to say right now. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. McCaffrey for actually coming in today and standing your position. All of those individuals, a goodly number of them, and I did read every single solitary email, even the one that was obviously a form letter. If you're going to take a position in this life, then you must have the courage to come forward and speak your mind to support your position. In point of fact, it was only yourself and a neighbor who did so. So thank you for having the courage of your convictions to come forward, and thank you for having the courage of your convictions to run that petition. So thank you on that. So I'm a big believer that the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior. And I happen to know the work of the two applicants today. Back in 2019, I was the chair of home tour actually, for the Kids Help Phone, which is a suicide crisis line, a national suicide crisis line. And we needed 5 homes in West Vancouver to raise our monies. And you can imagine how many people don't want to turn over their homes, but they did. They turned over their home for 2 days. And in the course of those 2 days, we were there for 8 odd hours. And at the end of the time period, the home that those individuals, between 500 people went through the house, the number one choice of those 5 homes, and we picked gorgeous homes, trust me, that was chosen was their home. Okay, and it wasn't because they had beautiful furnishings and all of that, and of course they did, but it was the detail that they had taken the time and the money to put into place. They didn't miss an aspect that would not improve the quality of their home. I actually had friends who came back for second looks so they might copy some of the details. So that is where I'm at on that one. And yes, I just cannot, I'm fully confident that the product that they will finish will be a terrific addition to the seawall, their home. And I do know, given what they had previously done, I've actually seen two of their homes. One I didn't have the luxury to go inside, and the other I was actually invited in on the home tour. But they do beautiful work. They take pride in what they do, and they put the money and the intelligence and the expertise to complete the project. So am I happy there's going to be this wall here? No, I'm not happy. Will it be potentially an architectural feature on the seawall? Conceivably, yes. So that's where I stand. So I will be supporting it. Had I come in tonight, I had a completely open mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Snyder.
Yes, just a couple of comments. So I want to sort of agree with the initial part of Councillor Cassidy's comments. The second half of it, I'm not sure where that was all going, and I wasn't there, so I'm going to leave that alone. But it's in regards to your comments to those prepared to make the effort. And Dr. McCafferty, I also commend you on the efforts that you've put forward in creating quite a significant number of those that oppose the wall. I just sort of want to address Councillor Gambioli's comment, to compare the numbers for and the number against. Those that were in favor of the wall, almost each and every one of them provided specific comments and addressed the concerns and addressed each of the areas. It was not just signing a signature to somebody else's comment and somebody else's work. So I think that to compare the numbers is not necessarily accurate when those that oppose the wall, and there's very few of those in this room tonight, haven't made the effort to actually do anything other than just to sign a document that was created by somebody else and sent it in without actually understanding all of the details. So that's where I have a bit of a concern there. Many of the speakers have spoken about the fear in West Vancouver of change, and we see it on council on a regular basis with a number of different proposals, and it's a big factor. And people are scared of change because they're scared of what may come. But I do think that the applicants in this case have made every effort they can to try and appease the fears that many of those in the community have, and I also agree that I think that they will make every effort to do the best they can, which will provide a benefit for the community here for sure. Other than that, the only other comment I had is I'm not so sure you can really compare it the same as between 24th and 25th, where the duplexes are, the townhouses there, beautiful developments. I love them. While my dad was still with me, he always said that one day I want to own one of those, and I wish he had at some point, but unfortunately he never had that opportunity. But that wall that's built there is actually built specifically on the seawall. It is the wall attached to, this is going to still be set back, I believe, Mr. Kachai, you can about 5.5 feet, if I'm not mistaken, from the property line. And the property line is still set back slightly 2 feet, or is it sort of right on the wall of the?
Property line is 5.5 feet back from the edge of the seawalk.
Right, so it's actually set back 5.5, so not quite the exact same as the 5-foot wall, which is right specifically on the seawall. Other than that, those are sort of my only comments, and I think you can quite clearly tell which direction I'm heading. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Well, the young youth group that came in here early and said this group rivals the Beeline. That was the first big thing I had to vote on when I was elected 6 years ago, and I literally bolted out of bed in the middle of the night thinking, oh my God, I have to vote on the Beeline. And quite honestly, this project has sat in me the same way. This is our loved seawall. that, you know, hundreds of thousands of people walk every day and enjoy. And I think Councillor Lambert in one of our discussions said, you know, the one thing it's really showing us is how many people not only love our seawall, but take ownership of it. They all feel it's theirs. So, you know, that is why I spent a lot of time on this, on both sides of the fence. And what I found in my 6 years of being in this seat is I have to keep asking, looking, exploring until something makes sense to me. And I have to say, this proposal makes sense. And not only the proposal itself, but the applicant's willingness to keep tweaking it so it does turn out to be this beautiful garden-like seawall, or wall along the seawall. And I do have confidence, you know, what either councillors have said, that you will be ensuring this. You know, and actually, I won't talk about the naysayers because Councillor Snyder covered that. But the other thing that's come up is looking after individuals over community and sort of disregarding the expense. Just because you're spending more money doesn't mean it's going to, we should support you. But the reality is to have someone who's willing to go through the time and expense to make sure that this precious part of the seawall becomes a beautiful part of the seawall. And I say this because the two properties that we reviewed on Ross Crescent, as Mr. Smeaton said, the first one went through $500,000 redesigning the project. It had actually already been approved, and once it was approved, the flood construction level came in and they had to redesign it. And it was awful, and they never built, and they walked away from the property. Then down the road, we actually had a double lot. And basically a spec builder came in, and in my mind, they looked like a couple of cruise ships plopped on top of the beach. It was offensive. It's one of the few meetings I've actually gotten quite angry in. We had no means to reject it because they ticked all the boxes. And so it does matter when you're willing to spend a little extra money and time and effort to make it beautiful, because we can't control this change that's happening in our community. And, you know, someone mentioned about, you know, the debate around the seawall being up or down, being raised or not. Honestly, if it doesn't get raised, I think you've got to create that protective barrier. You know, when you look at the size of those logs and those rocks that are coming at your property, it's just, I would think, a natural instinct. But more than that, it's kind of a funny thing to me. When I stare at that and think of the mapping of how that's going to be built, if you don't build your wall at that place, there's always going to be this confusion about what's public, what's private. And it's kind of a messy situation. And we know, I mean, this just a month ago, I think, they finally planted out in front of your property. And it looks nice. But it hasn't for 5 to 6 years, right? After it got washed out, it really hasn't been maintained. So I do think you're creating a product that is going to suggest a level of beauty on the seawall. And I won't go on. I just thank everybody for their efforts, and I'm happy to approve this.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I just wanted to conclude by saying, you know, this has been an incredibly contentious and highly emotional issue, and I'm sorry for, you know, all that you have been through, and it certainly hasn't been easy on anybody at this table. And I just hope that going forward as you go into this project, because I'm sensing that this will probably go through, that you find peace and that people are gracious and respect that you are here to help improve the community. Yes, you are building your own property and to protect it, but I do firmly believe that you will be adding beauty to a part of the seawall that otherwise is, you know, there's not much to look at there. And I just wish you peace going forward.
Just before I call on this vote, which is obviously going to pass, I'm going to predict that, you really do have an opportunity on one of the most beautiful places in our community to build something spectacular. And I think your neighbor who came out, who was in opposition, I think her words were really wise. You have the chance here to make something beautiful. And I'm impressed by Councillor Cassidy's remarks, because I think the two of you will do that. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion. Councillor Gambiolo opposed. The motion's carried. Good luck. Now, I'm sure you'd all like to stay and stay for the rest of the evening. We'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll get back. Senator, you did. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and I know Councillor Watt will be back momentarily. I'd ask if you could begin. Thank you. And I should tell you, we are grateful. This was an incredibly comprehensive report, and I know every member of council has read it in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. And,
I think we'll ask someone to close the doors just so we can carry on. It seems like there's a bit of celebration or something going on down the hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, and thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is James Ray, and I'm joined tonight by Melanie Hess, who is the chair of our visioning committee for the Seniors Activity Center Advisory Board. Tonight, we are pleased to be here to be giving an update on the Seniors Activity Center Facility Needs Assessment and Feasibility Study Project, and to provide both council and the public with a summary of the project and the working group's conclusions. As you can see, this was a 6-step process, and the first 3 steps we completed in the fall of 2023, which were the existing facility review, the needs assessment and research, and the public engagement process, We then came to council in December 2023 to report our findings at that time. Tonight, the remainder of our presentation, which will be led by Melanie, will focus on the final 3 steps of the project, which include space programming, concept design, Class D costing, and the report to council. So I will hand it over to Melanie.
Thank you, James, and thanks to everyone who came to support us tonight. We've planned for about 10 minutes, but I am going to try to edit my remarks as I go in the interest of time, so I'm hoping I will still make sense. The 4th step of the project was a space programming assessment. The assessment was based on a review of the Seniors Activity Center, or SAC, space, notably the size, how the space is configured and used, and its capacity. With space at a premium, particularly during peak hours of 9 to 3, the assessment recommended changes to the SAC space to better support current and future programs, activities, and users. The recommendations included a new large multipurpose gym, 2 to 3 additional small to medium-sized multipurpose rooms, increased office and volunteer space, more storage, additional social space, and an enhanced food service area. Step 5 of the project, concept design, began with identifying significant factors that would influence the creation of specific design options for the building. Along with the space programming recommendations, the working group considered the site context. The center is part of a large civic site surrounded by other facilities and neighborhood housing. Site constraints. SAC is constrained on all sides by 21st Street, the Civic Great Lawn, which contains a geothermal field to the southwest, and the community center. And surface parking. Dedicated surface parking is in high demand and occupies the majority of the space to the east of the building and along 21st Street. Underground parking is also available at the community center. The project report contains 2 potential concept design options, a renovation with an addition and a new build. Both would proceed in a phased approach to minimize disruption and allow some programs and food services to continue. Where possible, programs and services would be relocated to other district spaces. The renovation addition option would retain and upgrade part of the existing building and demolish the northwest portion to make way for a 2nd story. Upon completion, the ground floor would include a rehabilitation room, administrative space, the woodworking shop, a small multipurpose room, the new large multipurpose gym, and our gift store, Saks on 21st. These spaces would be organized around a renovated and expanded lobby area, which increases social opportunities around the existing coffee bar. The food service area would remain as it is now. Accessed by 2 elevators and stairs, the 2nd story would include a smaller multi-purpose space for programs and activities, additional storage, small social space, and access to a southwest-facing rooftop patio. In a new build, the majority of the existing building would be demolished except for a temporary administrative area along with the food service area, which would continue operating until the new build is complete. In a new building, level 1 would include a new reception area, our gift shop, cafeteria and kitchen, a multi-purpose gym, a coffee shop, the rehab studio, a woodworking shop, and an art studio. The 2nd story would contain additional multi-purpose spaces, an AV room, administrative area, and social areas that would overlook the cafeteria. There would also be access to an elevated walking track around the upper level of the gym and a large rooftop deck. Preparing a Class D costing estimate was the final step in this project. Costing was determined for the first quarter of 2024. Costs are typically at plus or minus 25%, with many variables influencing the final construction. Neither the renovation nor the new build includes the cost of additional parking stalls. We know that parking is extremely expensive and requires further study. The cost of the renovation addition option is $72 million. As you can see, the slide outlines the components of the cost breakdown, and again, in the interest of time, I won't itemize each of them for you now. The cost of the new build option is $93 million, and the cost breakdown is the same as for the renovation addition option. The project concluded with a final report, which we have provided to you. On behalf of the SAC Board and Working Group, I would like to thank everyone involved for these last couple of years. After discussing the report with district staff, the Working Group decided, and our SAC Board concurs, that the project has been an invaluable first step in planning for the future of the center. However, at this time, it's premature to make a recommendation to Council regarding a renovation or a new build. This decision is based on the cost estimates and our determination to get it right moving forward. We also want to consider the center in the context of Council's strategic plan and the official community plan as they pertain to the planning of senior services, aging in place, and optimizing existing civic facilities. The SAC is an internationally recognized gem with award-winning programs. We must continue to do what we do so well, while recognizing that programs and services must evolve to meet the needs and expectations of a larger and more diverse senior population in a way that helps them age in place. And we must reimagine a 43-year-old building to address the changes happening in our community. I'll now ask James to provide our next steps.
So as Melanie stated, the working group with the support from the Seniors Activity Center Advisory Board has determined it is still too early to make a recommendation to Council on a new build or a renovation option. Thus, the working group, again with the support of the Seniors Activity Center Advisory Board, is planning to create a Seniors Advisory Roundtable to explore a Seniors Hub model and develop a plan for the future of the Seniors Activity Center in West Vancouver, which will only enhance what we are already offering to the community. The goal is to have this group created in the fall of 2024 and would look to include district staff, senior serving organizations, Seniors Activity Center Advisory Board members, and community members beyond those that are already part of the Seniors Activity Center. The roundtable would look further into the viability of a Seniors Hub model and what should be included on top of the recommendations from the report. In the meantime, as Melanie mentioned, there were several learnings that came out of this project which staff will begin to implement to improve the overall services of the Seniors Activity Center. Those include increased evening and weekend program offerings, exploring partnerships or lease agreement opportunities to maximize facility usage, improving accessibility within the facility, and expanding and improving on current transportation options. As Melanie said, this project proved invaluable to us, and we're excited about where the next steps will take us. Thank you for your time, and if there are any questions, we would be happy to answer.
Well, thanks very much. It is really a comprehensive report, extremely well done, and this will frame, I'm sure, quite a few discussions. This will be the beginning of discussions with Council, not the end of them, and I think we're going to have to start to pass the hat. Councillor Gambioli, please.
Thank you. And I see there must be some of your board members here in the front row. Excellent. So I just, as you're speaking, and I read the report again, these are implementing those 4 initiatives you just spoke about is a great thing, the sort of low-hanging fruit. And I just, my concern is just that it's great to think about what we would love to have. And I know that
I'm going to say 10 years ago now, we had the larger vision document for the whole recreation center area site. And that actually included a brand new senior center with, 15 stories of housing above it to pay for it. And that one has just been sort of on ice on the back burner for, I'm going to say 10 years now. So when I look at these numbers of $72 to $93 million, not including additional parking, I say to myself, wow, what are we going to do? Because we don't have that money. And so I guess we have to have a very hard look at what the possibilities are. And as I was listening, I just don't want to get a whole bunch more work done, a roundtable now following from the work that's been done with the expectation that this is going to happen because, wow, we're in a very tough position with our upcoming budgets. And anyway, just, want to be realistic about it, and we need to come up with some ideas for funding. And it just occurred to me, the library has a foundation. Have we ever thought about the senior center having a foundation for the senior center?
Through Mr. Mayor to Council Gambioli, thank you for the question. I'm not sure if we have thought of that. Having said that, I think part of the role of the roundtable would be looking at those funding options. We're highly sensitive to the cost of both options that we presented, and that is a big part of why we would look to the roundtable to look at potential funding options.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Gambioli. It's going to take some creativity, but that's okay. Creativity is good. Councillor Watt, and will you make the motion?
Yes. Do you prefer I make the motion before I comment?
Let's at least have a motion on the floor.
Okay. I would like to recommend that the report titled Seniors Activity Center Facility Needs Assessment and Feasibility Study Conclusion and Next Steps, from the Seniors and Customer Service Manager dated July 8th, 2024, be received for information.
With thanks.
Thank you. And questions?
Thank you. I just added those words at the end of your motion.
With thanks.
And that's seconded. And
Sorry.
now would you like to...
I was trying to get ahead of the frog in my throat. Sorry. So is the senior center currently taking on added programs or responsibility that traditionally in the past would have been more in the realm of the federal or provincial levels of government?
Through
Is
Mr.
there
Mayor,
added pressure?
I wouldn't say there's added pressure from that level, but we have seen an increase in registrations and programs at the Seniors Activity Center. On top of that, the Feed the Need program, which we did receive a federal grant for, has grown immensely and is a big part of our operations. So not per se in the sense of from federal programming, but just in terms of community demand for programs and services, we have seen an increase, and many of our programs have been forced to move into the West Vancouver Community Center during the daytime just due to lack of room space in the Seniors Activity Center.
And during the public engagement part of this project, we did hear people talking about a desire for some health-related services, for example, but we would certainly be working with Vancouver Coastal Health going forward as well. So there is a general sense of the need to perhaps broaden the original recreational mandate.
Okay. And while looking through it, I may have missed it or not. Is there a breakdown of, the average age of seniors? Because seniors, there's a very broad range in this community. It covers about 30 years or more. So I'm just curious, because a lot of the younger seniors, do they not use the programs at the community center?
Yes, that is correct. We do have a wide variety of ages at the Seniors Activity Center. The majority of our members currently are kind of in that 75 plus. Our programming team is really putting an emphasis on focusing on the 55 to 74 age demographic, though. Part of that is looking to increase more evening, weekend programs that might be more suitable for that demographic. So right now it is more on the 75 plus, but we're slowly adding more programs for the other age groups.
And I guess, my question on that, because, as Councillor Gambioli pointed out, this is a huge ask. It's just, I guess, the report says it's a huge requirement. Could some of those programs geared at the younger populations be just as well handled through the community centre?
Yes, many of them currently are offered at the community center, and so we're also mindful of competing with them. But similar to what we're experiencing, there's just a greater demand for recreation programs and services these days post-pandemic. So they are currently serving those to an extent, but we feel we could add to it for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Thompson, and I take it you seconded that motion.
I seconded it, and I just wanted to comment. I really enjoyed this report. It was good to see how you've reimagined the senior centre, but also really, it really clearly lays out what needs you're after in the near future. And I think it's important to have a vision if there's ever an opportunity for funding and things like this. And the work that you've done now will serve you well if that opportunity arises. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call a question. All in favor? Contrary? Thank you very much for joining us this evening and for all of your work on this. Thank you. Item number 6, pay parking, and I understand we'll have a presentation from our Director of Engineering. Thanks for sticking it out tonight. You're buying a glass of wine tonight. As long as they plant it nicely, it'll be beautiful. I hope so.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of public. I'm here this evening to provide just a brief presentation on some of the highlights and key updates that are summarized in greater detail in the staff report. So with that being said, so I'll just go over a little bit of information around the operations over the course of the last 6 months in terms of following the implementation of the pay parking program. Then I'll get into cost, payment, and revenues, and finally, recommendation for moving forward. So the operations, I'm just going to touch on these 4 sort of areas in terms of where we've either received feedback or input from members of the public, or just things that have sort of surfaced over the course of the initial implementation. And anything that has come up but been resolved in the time since implementation has happened, I'm not going to talk about here. So firstly, just exemptions. We've had quite a few requests from various groups for consideration around exemptions, and where essentially an exemption is a fee that is being, this pay parking is essentially a fee that the district is imposing, and so certain groups are asking that the district waive that fee. And the statutory authority by which the district can apply a fee and provide an exemption to a fee is authorized by the community charter, and it must be described in a bylaw authorized by council. So that's just to say that if we were to provide for exemptions to pay parking, it would need to be contemplated in a bylaw. And then in terms of the matter of exemptions, it's sort of a complex matter, and to ensure statutory compliance equity, administrative feasibility, and potential impacts to revenue. As part of this evening's recommendation, staff are recommending that we come back in a separate report in the fall, allowing us a little bit more time to investigate and make some recommendations to council. Now, having said that, I would just note a cursory look around the region in terms of where exemptions have been applied for waiver of parking fees. There's two main things that have come up, one being veterans, and then the second being persons with accessibility sort of considerations and that sort of thing. So moving on, we've heard quite a bit of feedback about the cost and some questions really around why the district might not consider imposing a sort of seasonal fee. And so in terms of the cost, we know that park attendance varies seasonally. And initially, when we were sort of designing and presenting a bit of a program for the implementation that council, of course, authorized, we thought that, it wasn't all that unusual to have pay parking in effect year-round. And we know that if we impose seasonal fees, that of course it will affect the overall revenues as compared to year-round rates. And the other thing to consider is just a sort of that might have unintended administrative burdens and potential contractual implications with the external operator. The other sort of monetary aspect of the programming to consider is the hourly costs. So when developing an hourly cost and recommending to council, we did sort of cast our lens around the region in terms of what's being applied hourly, and specifically our neighbors in the District of North Vancouver were sort of on par with their hourly rate. So just for council's sort of a bit of a reminder on that. The other thing that's we've heard quite a bit about when we're talking about costs is why didn't the district introduce pay stations to allow for credit or debit payment? And the primary reason that we developed the program without that was in the interest of implementation, so it was just going to be more quickly implemented. And then, of course, there's a fairly significant upfront cost associated with setting up pay stations in the parks. So those were the two main drivers by which we arrived at not having pay stations. Cell coverage is another matter that's come up, and I guess I'll just say on that, our IT department is doing some investigation in terms of the coverage in the parks. We do know there are some inconsistencies, and it varies by park and what area you're in the park and by service provider. So we're continuing to try and better understand that, and then we'll implement improvements where we can based on the recommendations coming from our IT department. Finally, we have heard some feedback about potential spillover. So what we're talking about is a sense that since the introduction of pay parking, neighborhoods with adjacency to the park are experience increase in on-street parking utilization. And so the approach that we took with that was to gather some baseline data before we actually implemented pay parking. So we collected data last summer after council gave us direction to proceed with the pay parking implementation. And we've collected some data now that the program has been implemented and compared the two. It's a fairly limited data set, and the other thing to consider is the data we've had an opportunity to collect was sort of off season, right? Not during the summer. So we can say that it seems like there might be a slight increase or upward trend in terms of on-street parking utilization, but I would, it is sort of inconclusive because the data set's limited. So we'll be continuing to collect data and better understand that. And then I guess the other thing, just to remind everyone of, is council has given us direction to come back with an on-street parking policy, and we'll be doing that in the fall. And so, we'll be sort of wrapping all of this up together. So those are the main sort of things that have come up and stood out during the course of the program being in place for the last 6 months. So then moving on to cost, payment, and revenues, and I'll just say that the report doesn't reflect the revenues that are highlighted in the two tables here in June, and that was simply because the report was printed before that revenue was available. But all in all, following the 6 months implementation, there's roughly $250,000 net revenue from the programming at the 3 parks. You can see in the table 2, it's fairly self-explanatory in terms of how it's broken down by park. So just moving on then to the recommendation. So staff are recommending that council receive the report for information, and as I mentioned earlier, that council directs staff to investigate and report back this fall on permit exemptions for pay parking programming. So with that being said, that concludes our presentation tonight, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Muller. Thank you for that report, and congratulations. That's a nice little bit of good news on the revenue side. Councillor Cassidy, you must be most pleased.
Councillor Cassidy is thrilled. Anyway, it's my place to make the motion, and then I have a question, if I may, please.
Thank you.
If I can remember the question. My recommendation that the council report titled Pay Parking at Destination Parks 6-month update dated July the 1st, 2024 from the Director of Engineering and Transportation Services and the Deputy Municipal Manager be received for information. And council directs staff to investigate and report back in the fall of 2022 on permit exemptions for pay parking programming.
It was 2024.
Oh, is it 2024 already?
It is already.
Thank you, 2024.
Thank you. Thank you. And do you have a comment as well?
I do. When this was all being discussed, as far as Whitecliff was concerned, we got a number of emails from residents in that vicinity to do with commercial operators and how are we going to treat them relative to individual parking their cars. So have we looked into commercial operators who are running scuba diving lessons and so forth in the park?
Through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, just to clarify your question, when you say look at commercial operators in the park, are you suggesting that we would look at a different fee for those commercial operators, or could you maybe just clarify?
Well, the consideration is, they can be parking there all day on a Saturday and a Sunday, and whether you wish to, at the end of the day, what is going to be in our financial best interests in how we deal with these individuals, because when they're sitting at a parking spot, they're taking up that parking spot from an individual or family for the entire day.
But they are paying, I believe, aren't they?
Yeah,
they are.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, I mean, just to answer your question, staff haven't looked into that in any great detail, but I would just say on the face of it, I'm not sure that it would be practical, or there might be other considerations in terms of having a separate fee or something else even to try and make a distinction, and I'm not sure if you're getting at sort of
the reason I'm thinking that is, first of all, for them it's a cost of doing business, and what they would then turn around and do is perhaps up the cost of their lessons to offset the cost of their parking. So when you get an individual or a family coming to visit, there is no offset. That is a straight out-of-pocket cost. So I don't feel that they should be treated equally.
So maybe through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, we can give that some consideration and take that away, and maybe that would fit within the exemption report. We can certainly
Yes, because it's a cost of doing business, and as I said, they can pass that cost on to their users, whereas a family, an individual, cannot pass any of their costs on. It is immediately out of their pocket.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. I'll go to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was actually going to comment that myself. My kind of question to you, though, in discussions with the diving community, and I know Councillor Watt's been speaking with them too, is I think what they're after is something like a residential fee, a flat fee that they pay annually that gives them the right to park there as a resident would. Or perhaps through a business license. But I think there's a few of those people around that you could talk to. They seem to have some ideas of what would be helpful. I do actually think we need to consider certain exemptions or passes for groups. Just the other day, we were all down there for the federal announcement, and they managed to put cones around for all the guests and delegates to come and speak for an hour. And I think there'll be a lot of things like that, whether they're events or something that we just need to have a different formula for dealing with paid parking. And yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. The other thing I'd really like to explore for next year, if not sooner, is to remove the fee for residents. It's proven to be a good revenue generator, and given the wastewater treatment plant that we have to absorb, I think it would be a nice little nugget to pass on to our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gambioli.
Okay, so a couple questions. First of all, I'll just deal with what Councillor Thompson just said. I just highly disagree with what she just mentioned about getting rid of the $20 fee for residents. I'm happy to pay it, and I think it's really important that we discourage people from driving their single occupancy vehicles, and $20 is nothing. $20 is, a few bus rides. It's nothing. So I really, really disagree with getting rid of that cost. I have had very little, I think as a council, we've had actually relatively very little feedback or concerns. I mean, obviously they're coming to staff, but I was actually surprised to see how few concerns we had. But out of those concerns, I do have some sympathy for people who are not, smartphone users and, don't have constant internet on their phones. So is there any thought to have a pay station at each one of these locations, or a station where you can pay cash or use something other than, those are just some of the concerns we've had. Are we looking into that, or we're not doing it? We said we weren't doing it at first because we want to get it implemented quickly, but now it's obviously going to be ongoing. So is there any thought to adding that infrastructure?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, I'll answer your third question first. Staff aren't active. The direction that we have is the program is designed around there are no sort of hard infrastructure and pay stations. Now, having said that, you don't necessarily have to use an app or a QR code. You can call in to pay.
Okay.
So that is an available option. And I guess just to answer your question, no, we aren't looking at that. I think as an industry, and having spoken to some of our colleagues, for example, in White Rock, and really, I think we're getting away from pay stations for a number of reasons. So we haven't pursued that.
Okay.
And then just in terms of your second comment about the residential permit costs, so staff, unless we receive direction to sort of change that aspect of the programming, it will continue as is.
Okay, so my last question then is about moving forward. Ambleside, Dunderave, John Lawson, Seaview Walk, etc. What are our next steps and when? Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, so staff are preparing to report back on the sort of investigations that we've been carrying out over the last quite a while. So we're looking at data collection, and we have received some sort of interim direction from council, just clarifying how we might look at parking utilization and in the commercial areas. So in any case, we're working towards a report back to council. It will likely be end of Q3, early Q4 of this year. There's quite a bit of
work that, and consideration and thought that has to go into, what
The next
that
phases.
looks like. And we have also, I guess, just for the assurances of council, had some preliminary discussions in terms of what our next steps are with the executive of the ADBIA.
Thanks very much. Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to one of Councillor Cassidy's comments. So I've had dialogue with various members of the DIVE community, and yes, they are a business, but I don't feel that by charging them more, it's going to be in our best interest, because what it will do is drive those divers away, and they are the only ones going underwater, and they pull up trash. They perform a service for free to this community. And, it's already with costs becoming onerous to them, and even the costs right now on their students, it's becoming more difficult. So I think if we presume that we can just have them downloaded onto their students further, it's going to negatively impact not only the operators, but our community, the parks. So.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. Perhaps an annual pass might be a wise idea just for the convenience sake.
Yeah, we need to look deeper into what they do, and I think have some dialogue with them at the table.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, and then I'm going to ask if you could make a motion.
Right, thank you. My point actually was that an individual or a family should not necessarily be treated the same as a commercial operator, because the difference of where the funds are going and where the funds are coming from are quite different. So I just wanted to give you some feedback. So, I live in the most populous area of West Vancouver, which is the Ambleside and Dunderave area. And the comments that I received from residents is, finally, we have pay parking. We are essentially probably the last community in the Lower Mainland not having pay parking. So I say thank you to you for all your work on the residents, the taxpayers' behalf. Since COVID, we have become an inordinately popular destination in the Lower Mainland, probably because we have such gorgeous parks and we don't charge for parking. But the cleanup of those parks, the garbage, the recycling, the toilets, it is all falling on our taxpayers. So it is wonderful to have that burden shared by the users of our parks. So that's all I want to say. It's a thank you to us. Okay.
And a motion, Councillor Cassidy. Oh, you made it already. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Contrary, carried. Thanks very much. And now if we could move to item number 7, the creation of a parking area. Mr. Kwan, thank you for joining us this evening. And I'm going to propose something that might just expedite this item. That we advise the St. Francis and the Wood Church that there is a budget of the paving amount available if they would like to do a fundraising campaign above that. No, they could fundraise to help pay the additional cost. We'll turn it over to Mr. Kwan.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Andy Kwan. I'm the Deputy Director for Engineering and Transportation. I'm here to update you on the creation of a parking area fronting the St. Francis in the Woods Church. I'll just get right to it. In January 22nd, 2024, there was a regular council meeting, and you have asked for staff to look into creating a concrete paving parking lot for $50,000 using the community amenity contribution. So instead of just looking at concrete pavers, staff has decided to look at 3 options because There's two reasons for that. One is that concrete pavers is kind of the most expensive option compared to blacktop. And the other reason is that the driveway is really steep in that area. And there is concern that there, could be shifting of the pavers if we put it on such a steep slope. So staff looked into three options, and we divided up into a driveway and the parking area. So the first option is to have concrete pavers on the whole thing. The second option is to have the driveway and blacktop and the concrete pavers on the parking area only. And the third option is to have blacktop for the whole thing. Oops. So we asked 4 contractors for pricing. 3 contractors responded. So for option 1, the area with full pavers for the whole thing, the least expensive option was $90,000. That's with 15% contingency and 10% design. For option 2, that's with the driveway being blacktop and the parking area pavers. The least expensive is $68,250. And for option 3, with all blacktop, it's $57,875. So as you can see, all the options were more than $50,000. So we would either to implement the project, we'll have to either increase the CAC funding, or we would use capital programming. But if we use capital programming, because there's no budgeting for 2024, we have to reprioritize something in order to make this happen. So it's more of a seeking direction than really a recommendation. We do recommend proceeding with the parking lot, but we need council's direction on what options you like, how much money you want to spend, and where do you want the money to come from.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan. Members of council, just to expedite this, I think it would be wisest if we could we go back to the options? Because this is a very sensitive little area, and I take your point that the paving stones on the drive up may be difficult to maintain due to the slope. I would suggest that we show the church, because they'll be the ones most impacted, option number 2 at using contractor number 3, and ensure that so that's a price of $68,250. Ensure that they're on side with that before we expend the money. Councillor Thompson.
I think the most important part of this motion is that we will agree to pave it. I think that's been the barrier in the past, that there just hasn't been an agreement to pave it. And I thought we were going to speak with them about doing some cost share.
I mean, the other option is to say to them, we're prepared to expend the money. I mean, it is a municipal road. We'll spend the $57,000, and if the church would like to do some fundraising beyond that, then do some other option.
Well, I agree with that very much. And I also would like to hear, though, where the church would like, they're very connected to its position in the community, and I think I'd like to hear a bit more about their preference, and if they're willing to pay for it, pursue that with their own funds.
I mean, the $50,000 that is currently allocated may well be within. We've got a 15% contingency and a 10% design. Honestly, I don't know why we have to spend any money to design putting down blacktop, but whatever. Could I ask, just to expedite today, that we send this report to the St. Francis in the Wood Church, and they know that we're willing to commit $50,000 and see if they would like to contribute?
I would support that.
So that's a motion. Councillor Cassidy.
We're asking the church, because we said we were only going to give them up to $50,000, and as you know, and to be upfront, I did not vote for this. So you are thinking that they should be going with $57,875 for blacktop.
Yes.
So you know the old expression that Joni Mitchell had with her song, you take paradise and you pave it over. So blacktop, quite frankly, in my extremely humble opinion, is not going to look optically attractive.
No, I agree with you
And
entirely.
in the wintertime, it'll be a skating rink should we get icy. So I don't see why we do not contemplate a fourth option, which is putting in gravel, packing it with gravel. And so you're not getting a skating rink in the wintertime, because this will frost over, ice over, etc. And it will be not look attractive, visually speaking, as blacktop.
I agree. I'm hoping that the church would contribute and do a bit of a fundraiser. Councillor Thompson's made a motion. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor
Mayor?
Snyder.
Just like to comment on the motions. I want to clarify where you're going, because I'm not in support of option 3 as far as blacktopping the entire area. My preference again would be option 2. And saying, okay, I'd be prepared to accept the $50,000 contribution towards it, and but I can't support option number 3, having just strictly blacktop. I think that the paving stones for the parking area, blacktop for the, as Mr. Kwan said, for the driveway portion, due to the slope and what have you, is probably more appropriate. So I don't know how that falls into Councillor Thompson's motion. Your thoughts?
I don't disagree with you. I think I'd like to hear what the church has to say. My understanding is they wanted a combination as well, some kind of character built into it. So
I think actually for right now, we could defer this until September and send the report to the church for comments.
And see if they're able to do a fundraiser, and whether they
want to
accept
contribute.
option 3, and if they could come up with that, I'd be agreeable with that.
Yeah. And just to keep this dragging on a little longer, the paving of the road out of it is a no. They can't pave the road out of it. Sorry, I'm looking.
Ms. Muller?
Through the mayor to Councillor Thompson, so the paving of the road out of it.
If you go back to the map,
There's not a lot of support around the table for option 3.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing. But I guess even option 3, that we're a little bit short on the funding, but it sounds like it's not really a preferred aesthetic, is what I'm hearing.
That's true, but in our earlier discussions with the church, I think they were willing to contribute. Their big barrier was the fact that we wouldn't agree to pave it.
Oh, I see what
So
you're...
it's important that
okay.
we're agreeing to pave it, and I think I'd like to hear a little bit more about how they'd like it rendered. But I also noticed that the Piccadilly South is not included in this, and I know that would add to the cost, but is that a no-go zone as far as paving?
So the reason that we've previously priced that out, and you're right, I think that is, we'll just make the project scope larger and in turn more expensive, but I don't think it means that we can't do it if that's something that council would like to see.
That's all I wanted to clarify, so thank you. So the motion is to defer this tonight and send it to the church for some...
With an indication that the council would consider option 2.
And provide $50,000.
Okay, and then, so essentially suggesting that, that the council is committed to moving forward with option 2 on the understanding that the budget available is $50,000, and so we would need to find the difference. Okay, we can prepare
Mayor
a letter.
Sager,
And I'll second that.
may I read a motion?
Thank you.
Yes,
please.
The council directs staff to send the July 1, 2024 report from the Deputy Director of Engineering and Transportation Services to St. Francis in the Wood Church for comment on the preferred option 2 and to seek cost sharing for costs exceeding $50,000 and to report back to council.
Gosh, that's well done.
Excellent.
Excellent. Second.
Councillor Gambioli?
I just think that we should make it clear to the church that the part of Piccadilly South that's not highlighted in blue is not included in the price.
Yes.
That's a pretty limited
Noted.
amount of space, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just to expedite things, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Motion is carried. Councillor Cassidy opposed. And yeah, she's just opposed. That's okay.
Sending it to them is not.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we have proposed road closure and removal of highway dedication bylaw.
Sorry, Mayor Sager, I'd just like to confirm that Councillor Cassidy voted in the affirmative. Thank you.
Oh, she voted for it. Oh, to defer. Okay, there you go. You'll fool them all. Okay. Mr. Wong. That'd be awful. I agree with you. It'd be terrible. Thanks very much, Mr. Wong. I know you've got a very brief presentation.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have in front of you a road closure bylaw for a road that's adjacent to 3000 Park Lane, as you can see on the slide here. It's the one just to the east of the properties. Just give you an idea of what is currently there. There is a walkway that is on highlighted in red. There is part of a portion of the walkway is actually on 3000 Park Lane, and it's by that walkway, if retained, it would have to be moved into the right of way that's highlighted in darker black and below there. That's kind of the road right of way that we're contemplating on closing. There are alternatives, and you see the alternatives here that we investigated as part of the reason why we're closing the road in that location. If you think about the one that's heading east, just to the right of the map here, that there is a pathway that's about 170 meters from this existing location that we're contemplating on closing. It is a upgraded walkway that's pretty well renewed, and it's a safer access to that location. So it's about 170 meters away. The alternative also is there's also an access way on 31st Street to provide access to the waterfront in that location. Just on the cost of the pathway itself, it's just a relocation of the pathway would have been $150,000. And then we would forego obviously that cost for not having to do that. And also the continuing maintenance of these pathways gets fairly expensive. As you can see, the $150,000 is renewing a lot of the stairs and the walkway that's already dilapidated currently. And that's a cost that we would forego for the future if we don't have this current pathway. So in that, the recommendation is to propose a road closure and removal of highway dedication bylaw number 5342, 2024, to basically accommodate also the I guess consolidation of that road right away with the 3000 Park Lane adjacent to that. So with that,
thanks very much, Mr. Wong. And I think it's important because we've received some correspondence on this, and certainly I, as somebody who has really fought to maintain public access to the waterfront, it's important to realize that this property we are trying to sell, and we are trying to raise the money to finalize the purchase of the last house on the Ambleside waterfront, and that is a community goal that I see someone shaking their head at the back, but I'm sorry. That's a community goal that's existed for over 40 years, and we need the funds to be able to purchase that house. There will be tens of thousands of people who will enjoy that property. This particular spot, and I used to live very near to it, rarely if ever used. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just one question. I believe we do have a right-of-way. We will retain a right-of-way, correct?
That's correct. We're retaining a right-of-way on the east side as opposed to the west side currently. But the east side right-of-way is mainly for sanitary purposes and utility corridor.
And there's no way that would become a path?
No.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
So you mentioned it would be $150,000 to reinstate that pathway. Was that not in 2012 dollars or something I read in a report, or is that today's dollars?
That's in today's dollars.
That is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
I beg to differ that it's not a well-used path, because if it wasn't a well-used path, it would be overgrown by invasive species. In point of fact, it is a well-padded surface, which when you walk down, the stairs don't need to be replaced, and when you walk down, there's lovely concrete stairs and actually a concrete platform abutting the sea. So I don't know if you want to get into major discussions, or you want the recommendation on the floor, and then we get into it.
Mayor Sager, just I apologize for the interruption. We do have one member of the public sign up to speak to this item.
Thank you. We'll allow the person who is likely, who is going to speak this evening?
Lawrence Rolston is signed up.
Mr.
Rolston, I believe.
Is it Walston?
Rolston.
Rolston. Mr. Rolston, thanks for joining us this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Lawrence Rolston. My family lives on 30th Street above Marine Drive. I speak to you on behalf of my children, other residents of this neighborhood, and future generations. There are many others in this neighborhood who feel as I do on this matter. And as Councillor Cassidy pointed out, it is maybe not a well-used path. It certainly doesn't compare with Ambleside, but it is a path that gets a fair amount of traffic. And the other residents have asked me to add their voices to this message. And the message from all of us is that we ask you to maintain waterfront access at 30th Street. This is not the closure of an unused road. This is a well-trodden path, a trail that provides a link between a West Vancouver community and the waterfront. I've been using that trail for more than 40 years. My children have used that trail since they were small, and they continue to use that trail as teenagers. Many others in this community use that trail. People lovingly cut back the blackberries and keep the trail in good repair. If you vote this evening to preserve that trail, the residents will continue to enjoy waterfront access for generations. Yes, there's other ways to access the waterfront. We could walk along the road one way or the other, and there are other beach accesses. But walking on the road is not the same as walking on the beach. We could also get in our cars and drive to Ambleside. There, the city has spent an enormous amount of money to preserve access to the waterfront. This neighborhood now has waterfront access. Why would you want to take away existing waterfront access? Beyond this request from local residents, I would remind you that for generations, expanding and preserving access to the waterfront has been a priority for West Vancouver. In the current official community plan, the word waterfront appears no less than 96 times. That plan also points out that 73% of the residents of West Vancouver want to live close to parks and trails. By far the most desired amenity that was listed in that study. In recognition of that desire, the official plan contains numerous references to acquiring, maintaining, and preserving trails and waterfront access.
That's time, sir.
If I could have another minute or two, I'm speaking on behalf of a number of people here. For example, policy 2.7.3 states, seek strategic dedication or acquisition of parkland that provide significant environmental and social value such as trail linkages, ecological functions, waterfront access. The official community plan calls for acquisition of trail linkages and waterfront access, yet this motion would take away the very thing that the community plan is calling to enhance. Looking at this from another perspective, maintaining this narrow trail, this linkage to the waterfront, will not deprive a single family of the privilege of living on the waterfront. The adjacent lot is already the second largest lot on Park Lane. The cost of preserving this piece of trail is insignificant in relation to the amount of money that West Vancouver spends to preserve access to the waterfront. I understand the desire to sell the adjacent lot. At this moment, we face a difficult real estate market, but that temporary challenge in the real estate market does not give this council the right to act in opposition to the official community plan and take away from this neighborhood for all time the most desired amenity. Ladies and gentlemen, your predecessors had the vision and the wisdom to maintain and expand access to the waterfront, to provide access to the waterfront for the majority of us residents that don't have the privilege of living on the waterfront. In spite of the wishes of a few residents, let's be mindful of the fact that the waterfront is public property. Nobody has the right to a private beach. The priority to maintain access to the waterfront is no less important today than it was in previous decades. Please, please follow the policies in the official community plan. Preserve this long-standing trail and public access to the waterfront.
Mr. Olson, can I just ask you, how many steps is it, sir, from this property to the Altamont Trail to the waterfront? Maybe
it's 170 meters, according to that.
So
now,
what you're asking the municipality to do, so, sir, is to maintain at a cost of probably $1 million.
$1 million.
Yes. It's $1 million for your access, sir, so you can't move 170 meters to the east.
Now, explain how you got to $1 million.
It's very easy, sir. We're trying to sell the property next door, and the real estate agent tells us we're not having much luck selling that property. If we added this property to it, it increases the value of the property by $1 million, and we can sell it.
The community plan calls for...
It's fine, sir. I understand what you're saying. Just as long as you understand your request is very expensive for the municipality.
It's for generations to come. It's not just this moment. No, I appreciate what you're saying, but
okay, it's up to members of council. Councillor Watt.
I apologize, Mayor Sager. We have another speaker on the
Yes,
list.
please.
By name of Jane Srivastava. Pardon me for the mispronunciation.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the name.
Srivastava.
And we were doing accents in the fourth grade, Mrs. Srivastava. That'll help you. Just, Mayor Sager, with respect, I was shaking my head because I don't think the situations are parallel as to the access along the seawall, where there is very easy access adjacent to that property.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be at all argumentative. We have one house left to acquire
I
beside
understand. And
beside the ferry building.
We have only one beach out there, which is much more difficult to access. And I did send in a submission, and sorry I sent it in late. I had a little trouble with the late notice gathering all the information I needed. I wanted to second the previous gentleman's comment. This property has been valuable not just for the last 40 years. It was listed, the Altamont Beach was a feature of a brochure in 1918 that was put out to encourage people to come to West Vancouver. I wanted also to I was wondering, how many residents are there in West Vancouver right now? How many thousands?
44,000, round numbers, 44,300.
Okay, so 44,000 into a million. How much is each person then losing out? You talked about we're losing $1 million. But each citizen, we were talking about paying for parking earlier. Can somebody do that in math quickly? I'm not that quick at it. It's 44 into 1,000. So 50, so that's about not much more than 200 per person. So that's 10 years of paying parking fees of $20 a year. I think we'd all be willing to forego that $1 million to have that access to the beach. Just another perspective. And I just do want to point you to the fact that that beach geography is changing so that we can't say, oh yes, there's another access here or there's another access there, because sometimes those accesses are not operational. That beach is such that at high tide, sometimes you cannot get all the way around the beach. Have any of you gone down those fancy new stairs?
All of us have.
It's not a pleasant way to get to the beach. The one that you want to take away is much pleasanter.
Well, the one that's there now will have to be reconfigured. It's on the property that's for sale.
I've been looking, different maps show a different extent to which it's on the property for sale.
Mr. Wong, do you want to bring up the map again?
Some maps show, when I looked on West Map, it's only parts of the path that are on that property. It appears different on that map.
What is it you don't like about the experience of walking? You're talking about the stairs?
They're
Because
very,
there's-
very steep. The
Right.
stairs at the bottom are 2 inches, the bottom 2 flights are 2 inches steeper than the top 2 flights. Partly because when it was designed, they just planned to do the top half of the stairs. Then they decided to do the bottom half, and they didn't want to spend the money to make them go.
And then do you ever use a path beside that, the dirt path that is just to the west of the stairs? That's more of a switchback?
To the east of the stairs.
Yes, sorry, yes, to the east.
Yes, that's the way I go, and that's the way I've gone for years, and particularly now.
Okay.
Although at the bottom it is blocked because of the windstorm, and that's never been remedied. The other point I wanted to make, and then it's been a long night and my time is probably up, is that the citizens who use that beach do a lot of the maintenance work on that beach. You spend far, far less on keeping that beach clean and tidy than you do on Ambleside, Eagle Harbor, whatever. It's a very special beach. It's not sandy, it's rocky, but it has trees. I really hope. The last point is that once you sell it, it's gone forever. Forever. And gives an advantage to one person rather than the public. Thank you.
I think.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
I had a question for staff. So as we can see on there, the set of stairs that were built in 2021 are 170 meters away. And then there was access at the bottom of 29th and I haven't been down that part. But what would it take to bring that back up to snuff?
Through the mayor to Councillor Watt, are you talking about the stairs at 29th Street?
Yeah.
So they were closed in 2013.
Yeah.
We would need to engage with some consultants to see what it would take. In 2013, the estimate to rebuild those stairs was $150,000. There's a fair bit of erosion, and there's been a lot of riprap that was put in at the bottom to help address that. So staff are not sure at this point if stairs could be reinstated and what the cost would be. But it would be a higher cost as far as stairs go, just because of the topography and geography.
But so realistically, if we were able to sell the property, some of the proceeds could potentially, of course, with council approval, be put into remediating
the bottom of 29th.
If that was council's wish, certainly. I would reiterate that we need to talk to the experts to see, I guess, to ensure that stairs could be safely constructed there.
Yeah, and the other question that I had, so we've got access at 31st, the path at 30th that's maintained by the public, I guess, the path in between 30th and 29th, and then potentially 29th. Is it common, and I don't know, I'm asking this in all seriousness, I don't see it in my community, but is it common to have so many access points, and is that how it goes all on the water, or is this an extraordinary area?
That's a good question. I don't know that I can 100% accurately answer that. There seem to be in this area numerous access points, but I can't say that there aren't other areas in West Van that have that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Okay, so I know this area like the back of my hand. So there's a big difference between having a house on the waterfront where, you know, anybody, and there's no shade on that waterfront, and you're walking with a goodly number of members of the public because it is a very popular walkway. And there's another way of being able to get access to the water, which is shaded, which is private, which is local, which gives you a sense that you are in your own community, that you're not sharing it with a lot of people. Now, so there is a beach access at the bottom of 28th, which the owners of those few properties immediately accessing it south of the train tracks have made such an attractive approach to the beach that you wouldn't even know there's a public beach there if you weren't capable of reading the sign. And then a little further on, there's another approach to the beach. And then we get to 29th, which the district closed off. So they shut off the public access to the beach because they deemed it unsafe. And I have gone up and down those stairs many times when they were in effect, but I'm not going to argue that one. So, and then we come along to the site that Councillor Waters referring to, and I've gone up and down those stairs. They are beautifully made, gorgeously made, cost a fortune, I'm sure, but they are steep. So the experience of going down those stairs and the experience of going down this pathway are decidedly different. So then we go a little further along the road again, and we get to 31st. So when you get to the base of 31st, it is completely unshaded. So if I wanted to go for a nice little walk or sit in the beach, I have absolutely no shade protection, none. There are no benches, there's nothing. And even more importantly, I have the Five Creeks pipe spewing out of that site. So it isn't in different weathers necessarily all that safe. So I know I'm arguing against a brick wall here, trust me on this one. I do not feel that we have the right to withdraw from the public their access to the foreshore, their access to public land. So I'm not going to vote for this sale for that simple reason. If there's some way that there can be accommodation, that there's still going to be a pathway put down that site so these individuals can get down to the beach, then I will approve it. When you come down to 30th, there's a pathway. You come right across the train tracks, and there's a pathway to this site. So this was always intended as a beach access for people who lived above Marine Drive. Not just the people on Proctor, not just the rich people, but the people who lived on the other side of Marine Drive. So if I want to access 31st, there's no shade. There are a few little steps into the water, which is delightful. There's no shade, and I've got a pipe from the Five Creeks spewing out there. The other one, which is close to this one, has very steep stairs. When you get off it, it's a whole different experience than this lovely one, which is a concrete landing and then into the water. And then I get to 29th, where the district in 2013 took away the public's access to the water. This is public land. Public access to the waterfront. This is the argument that they had for Pasco Road, that those individuals should have a right to access the waterfront. So we gave private lots, private citizens, the right to access the waterfront in front of their homes, and yet we are going to take away the right of the public to access their foreshore that they own. They own, the district owns from the high water mark up.
We've got it, Councillor Cassidy. Thanks very much, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I can certainly, coming from a community with lots of little neighborhood paths and that, it must feel quite not great to have a path like this taken away with the history. And I heard from a woman earlier today that spoke about her own family history. And anyway, I did also want to point out, though, or ask staff, I do agree with the second speaker that the steps are not a nice experience to go up and down. But the pathway to the east of it is quite nice. But if it's not, can we look at improving the access there so it's not, I think there's some logs and stones there.
Certainly we can look to improve it.
Yeah. And it's
No, I'm sorry.
No?
Members of council.
Okay. Yeah, it's tough. I think the issue here is more the access to Altamont Beach, and it is a really special beach for all the reasons that have been spoken. And there are, I think, about 10 accesses from Dunderave to the end of Radcliffe, including the end of Radcliffe. So there are plenty, but we want to make, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now 10:30.
Could I speak to this, please?
Mr. McIsaac.
Sorry. I hadn't planned to speak to this because I knew nothing about it until tonight.
Okay, I just ask members of the public and council to understand, we all appreciate this is, nobody wants to close off access. The contemplation here today is to help facilitate the sale of 3,000 Park Lane that the municipality has had for sale for some considerable length of time. We do not have the funds to purchase the final house to complete the Ambleside acquisition without the sale of this property. And that's the bottom line here.
All I wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, is I think even having said that, we should, maybe we should wait before we purchase the remaining house, because I lived in this area and I used that access frequently. I mean, I used to live out in that
It's
area.
very simple. If we don't sell this property, we're not buying the house in Ambleside. That's simple. And the people in the back can all say that's fine, but that's a 40-year vision to create the most beautiful public foreshore in this country.
Well,
I fought long and hard to make that land public.
Mr. Mayor, with respect, I mean, I hear everything you say, but I just want to say that I actually support what Councillor Cassidy said. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gambiel.
I want to speak to this also. I wasn't planning to speak to this, but I have to tell council, $1 million is nothing. And this district has spent $1 million on a lot of foolish things over the years. And to sell public property and to sell a public asset to get $1 million to pay for something else is just a bad plan. That's come up before it. I don't think we should be selling any public property at all that's a public asset, a public amenity for $1 million. $1 million is nothing, period.
Ma'am, your name for the record of the meeting? Excuse me, ma'am, your name?
Okay. Sandra Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gambiel.
I'm just waiting for my button to turn red. So for me, yes, so there are very compelling arguments. I appreciate the input from the public tonight, and also a few letters through correspondence that we've gotten. And I did say earlier that, I really think our job and our duty is on behalf of the district and the public. So this is a tough one, although it's a very discreet, decision. But there's a number of aspects. There's the long-term maintenance of a new trail. So the new trail, as we said, will cost $150,000 or $200,000 by now. It may not have the right size stairs at the end of the day once we build it. I don't know. But it's the ongoing maintenance of the trail. For me, it's not about the sale of the property. It's about the issue of we have too many assets. We have too many things to pay for and maintain and take care of. And so to build another path, or to rebuild another pathway there that is safe and that we take responsibility for and that we're liable for the next 100 years, when there's another one 170 meters away, it doesn't seem like really good common sense. And the fact that we've just dedicated hundreds of acres of new parkland above the highway that we're going to end up spending money maintaining and operating and dealing with and creating more trails and maintaining more trails, it starts to really compound itself, and that really concerns me. So for me, it's the aspect of the ongoing costs to the district and therefore all taxpayers, versus the access for the public. And I really do think that, in the long term, I would rather see dedicated access for the public on, safe routes and fewer safe routes than I would like to see, dozens and dozens of routes that we have to maintain all the time. It's just too complicated. Sue Kettler here will tell us we have 144 parks in West Vancouver, and given our population, that's an overwhelming burden for staff and, at the end of the day, for taxpayers. And again, just to clarify, this is not taking away waterfront access at all, and I 100% agree with that. We're talking about a trail that leads to the waterfront, but the waterfront is for everyone. That is public access from one end to the other. It is everyone's right to walk on the waterfront anytime they want. It's not owned by a homeowner. It's owned by the public, and the access to the waterfront is not impeded, either way this decision goes.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder.
I guess this question is more for staff, and probably Mr. Bailey would probably be the person here. Is it possible to put a covenant on the site that would allow the builder to maintain the use of the FAR as the area and to keep the path for use?
Yes. Yes, I mean, if the purchaser will agree to the covenant, we could certainly do that, so they could still.
Could there possibly be a way to still allow the FAR of the total area with a covenant that the stairs would remain for access?
Through the mayor, so your suggestion is what, that you still sell it, but you transfer the density to the property to the east?
You transfer the density that would otherwise be entitled if the entire property was there, and you transfer it to the property to the east.
But you keep in public ownership access?
You keep the access.
Well,
no, I'm not so sure you would keep, it would still probably have to still be, I'm assuming you would have to transfer ownership of that entire, but there would be an allowance or a covenant that still allows the access to that pathway to the public.
Yep, through the mayor, you could allow for it would be encumbered and it would be on title, but it would be a right of way, presumably some sort of right of way through the site that would allow for access. And of course, a prospective purchaser would take that into consideration, and it may cause challenges from the perspective of setbacks from that path to whatever house would be built on that site. It would create an encumbrance, but it's technically feasible.
I just know that as I was a kid growing up, there was I lived on a house in the properties at the time, and there was actually a pathway down between our house and the neighbor's house. It was on our property. In fact, I don't think there was anything ever formal, because eventually we put a swimming pool in and it had to be fenced off so that nobody could access it. But there was a trail through the property that was never an issue, and people used it, school kids used it to cut through to make access. So I just wonder whether or not that's a possibility, an option.
Again, it's technically possible, but I expect it would affect the value of the sale.
Councillor Watt.
That's quite an elegant solution if it would work. One thing I wanted to add, one of the correspondents today raised the issue with the stairs, which I can fully understand, of carrying paddle boards or various gear down. So is there any other nearby access? I certainly wouldn't want to start, carrying a small kayak or a paddle board down that flight of stairs. It would be treacherous. So.
There's the pathway right beside the stairs.
Right beside them? Okay.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schneider. I very much appreciate your comments. First of all, Councillor Gambioli, there is no such thing as easy access to that waterfront. You're not going to walk from 28th, for example, along that waterfront because it has significant boulders. It's not a pleasant stroll. So access to the waterfront needs to be coming from above and needs to be reasonably specific to the location that you want to get to. So I would be perfectly happy if presently the width of this pathway is about 20 feet in width. If you just gave the public 4 or 5 feet, lining the property to the west, you say, okay, set back 5 feet from that people's mesh fence, and the public can go down there. The public doesn't need 20 feet, okay? All they need is 5 feet, 6 feet to get down the side of that property to the waterfront. And from the area which has the stairs, which you're referring to, and this, it is a totally and utterly different topography, and nobody's going to be taking their paddle boats, their kayaks, or anything else down there because it is extremely rocky. That's not what you'd be doing. You'd be making immediate access into the water at decent tide to go swimming. It's not a walkable beach. It is a distinct point of arrival. Okay, and to your point, Mayor Sager, about gaining this last house so we can have this gorgeous waterfront, we have no assurity that in the years to come, distant councils could decide to put something else on the waterfront. They could put another building on the waterfront. So there's no guarantee that all these various houses coming down, that in 10, 15 years, that it's going to be an unfettered waterfront. For all you know, somebody's going to stick up something else. But we do know that that path in perpetuity between the sale of this house and the property next door will be there for the public. And it's our job to represent the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Given the extremely important outcome of this matter, I think members of council should take a 10-minute recess and
Could we defer it to the end to revisit and carry on? The rest of
I'm going to, who's the acting mayor right now?
Me.
Okay. Can I just, Mr. Wong, can I see you just for a moment, please, sir? I'm just going to take a 1-minute recess here with Mr. Wong. Okay, I'm going to defer the further consideration of this while Mr. Wong does some investigation, and we'll move now to bylaws, item number 9, and we will come back to this, subject to the advice of Mr. Wong. Sorry, Councillor Cassidy.
What's your definition of deferring? Obviously, you didn't want to make me the acting mayor. So what is your definition of deferring? Are we deferring it till 11 o'clock tonight? Are we deferring it to tomorrow? No. Deferring it till we speak to the people who wish to buy it? What are we deferring?
Mr. Wong is making a call on our behalf.
All right, because all we have to do is knock a few bob off the price, okay? Because you do not have any guarantee that in the years to come, there's not going to be buildings put on your waterfront that you're selling public access to gain the last property. That I bet if you did a survey in West Vancouver, they wouldn't care if that house stayed.
I can't imagine any
Thank
future
you, Councillor Thompson.
I can't imagine any future council ever building buildings on the waterfront that we have taken 40 years to acquire. I'm going to move to item number 9, the proposed fees and charges bylaw. Councillor Snyder.
Yes, item number 9. So I'd like to recommend that the proposed fees and charges bylaws number 5334 2024 be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Watt.
I'll second that.
And Councillor Snyder, you have a comment about one particular area.
I do have a comment. And I did, unfortunately, Ms. Gordon is not here, and I'm very fortunate for Ms. Gordon that she's not here this evening, just to answer this one remark that I have. It was brought to my attention that the fees that we charge and are proposing for non-medical related cannabis stores at this point are being suggested to be reduced from the current amount, which is, I don't have it in front of me, it's north of $5,000 for the year. For the initial 2 years that we've allowed these stores in West Van, and now it's being reduced to be just about $2,500 per year. Well, at the same time, you can be a licensed liquor store, a retail liquor store in West Vancouver for a cost of under $100. So I guess my question, and I know I did raise it with Ms. Gordon, and she did indicate to me, and I'll leave it to maybe Ms. Kettler can comment on where we could maybe go on that.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor Snyder. So in chatting with Ms. Gordon, she indicated that the fees were set because it was a new service when cannabis stores came into being, and there were considerations about potential public safety, which has not been an issue. And also the district fees were somewhat based on other communities and how they had priced. But it's absolutely something that staff can reconsider, gather some information, and then bring something back for council's consideration to amend the fees and charges bylaw.
Okay, and I'm good with that. So
thank you. Thanks. Sounds only fair. Councillor Watt, did you second the motion, or would you?
I did.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thank you. Proposed consumption of liquor in public places. Councillor Watt.
I'd like to recommend that the proposed consumption of liquor in public places bylaw number 5118 2021, amendment bylaw number 5341 2024 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Any discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thank you. Item number 11. Sorry, Councillor Gambioli, contrary. And now we'll turn over to item number 11, and I'll ask Councillor Gambioli to move this, please.
Right, so I will recommend that proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985 2018, amendment bylaw number 5335 2024 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Cassidy.
Sorry, refresh my memory
This is
as
the
to...
Glenmore.
Okay, yes,
the
thank you.
duplexes on
Thank you,
Glenmore.
sorry. I do see that if I read up above. Thank you.
Are you seconding the motion?
I am.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Gambioli.
And that proposed zoning bylaw number 4662 2010, amendment bylaw number 5336 2024 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. And finally.
And that proposed development permit 23-100, which would regulate the form and character of the proposed 6-unit duplex development and ensure that the proposal meets wildlife hazard prevention guidelines, be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thanks very much. And now fees and charges bylaw. Councillor Gambioli, please.
And I will recommend the proposed fees and charges bylaw number 5251, 2023, amendment bylaw number 5343, 2024 be adopted.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Any discussion? Question? All in favor? Contrary carried. The consent agenda items.
Mayor
Council-
Sager, I apologize for the interruption. There is an error on the agenda I need to bring to council's attention. Pardon me, the recommendation for item 14.2 has the incorrect dates in it. The correct dates for that item should be 2 dates in September, not 2 dates in August. Everything else in the resolution remains the same. The dates should be September 5 to September 6, not August 16 to 17.
Oh, this is in the noise enforcement.
That's correct. Item
issue.
14.2, apologies, yes.
Okay, I hope nobody has a problem with that. With that amendment, Councillor Thompson.
I'll make those recommendations as written.
Thank you. Councillor Watt? Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary carried. And now over to the proposed official community plan. And we've had some correspondence on this issue. As members of the community will know, we've gone through a very lengthy exercise in the bringing forward a local area plan for Ambleside. We've had extensive public consultation, and at our last meeting, there was concern over a number of items, and I proposed some amendments which did not fail, and I've brought this back asking council for their consideration. And through what I consider to be an outstanding collaboration between members of council, I believe there are a number of recommendations, amendments to the plan, which I would hope would go forward. And I need to emphasize to the public that there is no opportunity for public input after a public hearing is closed. The decisions must be made by council. It doesn't matter whether we make them at 11 o'clock on a Monday night in July or we make them in September. They have to be made by council. Now, having said that, after the vote is taken and the matter is concluded, then it is open for any member of council or for the public to bring forward further amendments, which I anticipate will happen in September. And that is a normal, proper process. And those amendments will then go to a public hearing, and that will follow a proper process. And when we go through all of that, if we're lucky, we come up with something that really reflects the wishes of the community. And so I would ask to put up on screen the proposed official community amendment bylaw amendments for your consideration now. And again, I think these go a long way to address the concerns we heard in the community. And if they're not perfect, we can reconsider new amendments in September, which will reopen and allow for public input. There is no way to invite public input at this stage. Are we getting lucky? There we are. So I'm going to now, having said those comments, turn it over to Councillor Gambioli.
Is it only this page?
Yes.
You guys? Yeah. So this is the full recommendation. Obviously, there's 8 parts. Wow. Perhaps I should read it all to just make sure we're all on the same page. So I'll recommend that the proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985, 2018, amendment bylaw number 5291, 2024 be modified as at Schedule A as follows. Policy BF 4.4.1B, delete 18.29 meters, 5 stories, and replace with 4 stories. That is, oh, actually, I don't have that noted down. That is the 1800 block. Am I right?
Yes.
Jim? 1800 block? Okay. Policy BF 4.4.1C. delete 21.33 to 27.4 meters, 6 to 8 stories.
Yes, this is simply to remove any discussion over height in that area, so it would be completely up to council if something was to come forward as to what would be considered.
Okay, and this area though is, can someone remind us? 'Cause I don't even have my, I thought we were gonna have the map here.
Mr. Bailey, can you jump in quickly with that? And 4.4.
Sure, through the mayor, I think there might be a typo on this. It's policy BFB 44.1. C, delete, yeah, okay, that's it, yeah. And so this is for rental apartments, senior apartments, strata apartments, with below market rental apartments where at least 30% of the residential floor area is used for below market rental. And what it used to say is up to 6 to 8 stories and a FAR of 2.5, and it's removing the reference to 6 to 8 stories and just having a floor area ratio of
Okay,
of
just leaving the
2.5.
floor area ratio the way it was, which is how much? How
Pardon
much
me?
was the floor area ratio?
2.5.
2.5, okay.
That's fine.
Okay, sorry, that's just confused me the way it was written. All right, policy BF dash B 4.4.3, part A, delete 4 stories and replace with 3 stories. Policy BF 4.4.3, insert for sites on Esquimalt Avenue, West Van United Church and First Church of Christ Scientist, encourage ground-oriented housing forms that respond to the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And policy BFB 4.4.4, delete 6 to 8 stories and replace with 4 to 5 stories. Policy BFB 4.4.5A, delete 6 to 14 stories and replace with 8 to 12 stories. So we're tightening that one up a bit. Policy BF 4.4.5, delete 6 to 14 stories and replace with 4 stories. And that site is on the Marine Drive. That's policy 4.4.5B.
Isn't that Hollyburn?
Yeah, that's the site adjacent to Hollyburn Corner, so the supporting Hollyburn Corner
Yeah.
site just to the east of it.
Along Marine Drive across from the rec center,
On the
essentially.
south side, yeah.
And finally, policy BFB 4.4.5D, insert infill housing at 2222 Bellevue. Villa Maris should be sited to minimize view impacts from the north, looking towards the south, with the preferred location for an infill building to be south of the existing building.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder?
I have a second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Watt.
Of course there is. So I recognize that, certain members of the community were uncomfortable with the speed with which this came forward, and, I fully recognize and understand that. And I just wanted to say that the motivation, certainly behind myself, who was one of the advocates for putting these changes together, was to, when we come back to a public hearing, which we will, it will be to be very much more site-specific on some of the trickier items that we were unable to change at this time. So we were allowed to alter height, but we couldn't alter density, and we couldn't remove any sites from the plan. So we could have kept it as it was tanked, literally, in the last meeting, and come back in the fall and scheduled another public hearing, which is ultimately what will happen. But at this stage, we'll be able to be far more site-specific. And, I support most of what's here, but I certainly have some concerns. I, for one, would like to see the 2200 block gone. And I've certainly given my reasons for that in other meetings. So I just want the public to be assured that many members of this council are committed to bringing back certain items from these amendments, and it will just make for a more streamlined process.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. That is well said. The council only has liberty through this process to alter the height. We can't alter the density or use without starting a new public process. it'll be much more understandable and efficient to do that as a separate bylaw. And that's the logic behind the move today. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I want to start with making a friendly amendment on number 8, just to add views towards the south and the east. Or sorry, views toward what do I want to say? From north and east, looking towards the south, because there is a property there that looks over the Villa Maria parking lot to the east that would be tremendously affected by anything built on that lower place. Do I have a seconder for that?
Could I ask? No, I'll ask if our mover and seconder will accept that, and they do as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
okay.
you, Councillor.
And then I just wanted to say something. You know, I'm actually incredibly proud of what this council accomplished last week. It was, in my mind, one of the best meetings, most productive and constructive meetings we've had. We've spent a few hours on it. There is not consensus on a number of items. And because of how Councillor Watt, what she's described to you, the way it's built, we can't separate it out and vote on things separately. But you know, as a council, we took all the input from the community, from each other, and we did make some compromises to pass this, to get this LAP in motion. And I can't even think of how many times we've punted this back to staff, and that's getting really frustrating, thinking the time and the expense and the general frustration of keeping on sending it back. So our intention, as Councillor Watt suggested, is let's get this on the floor so people can start to have expectations. We know there's 3 items that there was not consensus on at all, and probably the majority against, but we will come back and visit them through some actions we'll be taking further. And I want to give the community comfort that the density is a really tricky issue, and heights, because there are areas where we might want to put 12 stories. It might work better than a short, squat, completely blocked thing. And when you start to try and break things out of there, it just gets really complicated. So I applaud this council tremendously, and I hope that the community can support us on this move and trust that it's going to work out well.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I concur. The discussions members of council had, I thought, were truly outstanding and in a real spirit of thoughtful discussion. Councillor Gambioli.
Well, I'll just add that, I agree with what Councillor Thompson has just said. My comments from 2 weeks ago stand. I actually would have, preferred what we voted on last time. This is a complicated area, all of Ambleside, and there's a lot of existing residences and views and concerns and whatnot. So it's been a complicated area plan to do. So this is, it's a real compromise for now, and better to be seen to be moving along, doing something, than not. So I'll support this tonight.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gambioli. Councillor Cassidy.
Well, I do think we have made progress, but as I said at the end of our meeting, I took strong objection to the fact that this, even though the public cannot speak to it, the public needs to be informed about it. And as you know, I did not want it coming to tonight's meeting. I saw no reason why we could not hold off until September the 7th, because I would say a goodly number of the residents of West Vancouver are on holiday, physically elsewhere or mentally elsewhere, because they're relaxing. And to have this come up, and whenever else it's addressed, they're probably going to say, gee, when was that discussed? So I don't know why it's tonight, and we couldn't wait till the 7th of September. Simple as that. The first group of individuals who came here talked about us speaking to the public as opposed to the public speaking to us, and we should get all these various apps. Well, this to me is a perfect example of an inordinately significant move on our part, and I do think we did good work, so please don't let me take that away from everyone. But the fact of the matter is, we are talking to the public, and they are not talking to us. And this should have been held off until the 7th of September. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. The meeting would be September 9th. And just on that subject, when a public hearing is closed, members of the public are not to discuss the issue with members of council. That's the proper process. And the risk one runs when you wait a long time between the time is that somebody comes up and talks to you. And it's almost unavoidable. And that then becomes grounds to challenge the entire process. So, yes, people may say, wow, they voted on it on a Monday night. I can just imagine the headline. But the reality is we are committed to listening to the community. There is a willingness to go back and look at those areas which we couldn't change or amend because of the process. So members of the public need to have some comfort that this is an ongoing process. And with that discussion, Councillor Watt.
So just in response to you, Councillor Cassidy, there is, and as Mayor Sager just said, there is no way that the public could respond to us, even not between now and then, but during the next meeting. So it is clunky, no question, that we've brought this forward this quickly. But it's the same result as, to the best of my understanding, for all of us who were in that meeting, who collectively put this together with the knowledge that further changes would be made in a subsequent public hearing. So despite the clunkiness and awkward timing, I do stand behind it because I feel that we do just need to move on and free up the rest of our time into making those changes. And the faster we can get to that, the faster we can move on to the commercial core.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. Without any further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Councillor Cassidy recorded as contrary.
Well, Councillor Cassidy has to extend. And I guess I can't stay ambivalent on the timing, can I? So I'll vote in the affirmative.
It's carried unanimously. Thank you, members of council. I do believe that it was an extraordinarily productive time. Now, I do have to ask everyone's patience. I'm going to need a 5-minute adjournment to have members of council come for an in-camera meeting. We have a responsibility to the taxpayers of West Vancouver, and I do need to give
Mayor
you some
Sager,
advice. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. There's still 2 motions that council may consider tonight.
Help me out. Where are
That
we
the
at?
proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985-2018, amendment bylaw 5291-2024 be read a third time as modified.
As modified. Thanks so much. I'll ask for that motion. Councillor Gambioli?
Sure, yes, I will make that motion as read by Hope Dallas.
Thank you.
Councillor Snyder has seconded that. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thank you. And
if council wishes to adopt the bylaw tonight, the motion would be that the proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985-2018, amendment bylaw 5291-2024 be adopted.
Thank you. That's an excellent idea. Councillor Gambioli.
Excellent, what she said, yes.
That's moved and seconded. Call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Now, members of council are free to talk to members of the public about the LAP and future amendments. We're now at liberty because the process is completed. I do need to ask for an adjournment. This is a matter of significant financial implications to the municipality.
Mayor Sager, sorry to interrupt yet again. Are we recessing
We're
to
recessing.
reconvene? Okay, so we're not adjourning, we're recessing. Thank you.
Recessing for however long it takes. And we're reconvening in camera, please. Thank you, members of the public and members of council. That was, there was some important information that members of council needed to know. And we'll now go back, we'll reconvene and go back to item 8. Thanks very much. And I will look for direction from members of council.
It's yours and mine, Linda.
Yeah, it's us. Where is it? I've lost the page. How far back was it?
Members of council sometimes have to make very difficult decisions.
Well, I think, could somebody else make the motion?
I'll make it. You know, this is a really awkward thing, and I certainly appreciate your value for this charming pathway full of memories. I think, did you enjoy that? I'm delirious. You know, unfortunately, I'm taking a practical side, and I do believe that the path next to the stairs can be improved in a way that you can enjoy your access. It's no replacement for the trail, but I think the trade-off in our choices has to prevail. Here, I do agree. No, that's just all I'm going to say right now. So I will make that motion.
We have 2 motions. So the first would be the written and oral submissions regarding the road closure and removal highway dedication bylaw 5352-2024 up to and including the council meeting held on July 22nd, 2024 be received for information. Do
Yes.
I have a mover for that?
That's me.
And seconded by Councillor Snyder. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's a motion to receive information.
Yes, sorry, all those in favor, yes. Okay, and then I'll recommend that the
carried.
proposed. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll recommend that proposed road closure and removal of highway dedication bylaw number 5342-2024 be read the first, second, and third time. And I say that very humbly.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Snyder, is there any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Councillor Cassidy opposed. And we'll now turn to reports from members of council. No reports this evening. Councillor Cassidy.
So thank you. So all of us in the community have received this little cardboard cutout. And essentially what it talks about is it talks about detergent, which I have previously referenced. So when we talk about the environment and asset levies and, you know, toxic waste and all the other things that in the small scheme of things, each individual is hoping to assist in saving our environment, this one is a biggie. We have soft water in our community in the lower mainland. Whatever the directions are on your detergent, on your little cubes that go into your dishwasher, only use half because we don't need it. We have soft water. Wash in cold water because if you wash in hot water, what you're doing is you're breaking down the microfibers in your synthetics and they're spewing out into the Burrard Inlet. So if you love your fish and you love your oceans, cut down the amount of detergent you are using in anything you care to wash and wash in cold water. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask for a motion to receive Councillor Cassidy's report. Councillor Snyder, moved, seconded. Councillor Thompson, question. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Are there any members of the public that have any questions this evening? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Watt.
I would like to recommend that the July 22nd, 2024 council meeting be adjourned.
Question, all those in favor? Contrary carried. I hope everyone has a most enjoyable summer. See you in September. Somehow I suspect we'll be talking, so.